everybody. Happy World Building Wednesday. Hopefully everybody's week is going well and you guys are surviving any of the work or life related stresses. Week's been normal for me so far, so no complaints, I guess. Oh, I forgot to update my fucking thingy. Hang on. Here we go. One second. Oh, helps if I can spell Wednesday right. There we go. Let's see. Nations and culture. Oops. There we go. Oop. Done. Okay, good. Sorry. Alright. Sorry, had to do that. Hi husband. Hey Eek, how are you? I hope my mic sounds slightly better. I found the equalizer filter. You started working on NPCs on your game. Nice. That's always my favorite part, personally. So good luck. Have fun. If you need ideas, support, advice, cheerleaders, whatever it is you need, let me know. We're here for it. Yeah, hopefully my mic sounds a little better. I messed with the equalizer filter and I kind of shifted down the equalizer. Yes, amazing. I shifted down the high tones of the mic and up the lower tones, so it kind of muffles the scratchiness. Eager to guide your audio. Amazing. So hopefully it sounds better. I don't know, I'll keep fucking with it. It's really hard to like monitor yourself live, because I think what was happening when I spoke into the mic and like had it live through my headphones is that my actual voice was like filtering out the crunchiness when I spoke, so I couldn't tell it was crunchy because I was hearing the own depth of my voice through my head as well as through the headphones, so it didn't sound bad. But then I went back on last stream and it sounded real bad, so hopefully it's better. Let me know. I will continue to futz with it. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, so I have a barkeep duo of big, strong elven women already here who take no shit, and her pathetic halfling husband who loves her so much. Oh, that's very good. I love it. I love them. Makes me think of the D&D movie with the barbarian whose name I forget and her halfling husband, which is very good, who found a bigger woman. It's like us. You're not pathetic, love. And I'm certainly not half elven. Ain't no part of me elven, that's for goddamn sure. Yeah, and I put on my VTM character shirt I got a couple Christmases ago for our gaming group, so it did get me to laugh. So, representing the VTM thoughts that are currently just living rent-free in my mind for the next 2 weeks until we get another session. And so, you know, mourning and excitement and fear and all of these things. All of the things that World of Darkness makes you feel by design. So, some of my characters are happy and some of them aren't, decidedly, right now as we are in game. So you know, the range of emotion happening on throughout these names. Every time I read them I'm like, oh yeah, that's where they are now. Good. Yep. Trudging through sophomore year of Fantasy High currently. Trudging? Is it not as enjoyable? Oh, is it wild? I mean, Fantasy High, you need to sleep. You need to sleep. I know you're a teenager, but you need to sleep. Like, more than that. Like an hour or two more. No. Alright, fair. I can't tell you what to do. No, I used to be that bitch too. I used to stay up till 3, 4 talking, basically role-playing with my friends before I knew what role-playing was. We made up role-playing in our bedrooms without dice. We just talked through stories. And then we stayed up for like 36 hours one point, and I'm pretty sure we were certifiable by the end of it. That was rough. That was a rough weekend. I never did that again. That was awful. I love sleep now. I love sleep. I go to bed at like 8, soft talk, yeah, basically. And talk about anime boys and shit forever until 4 a.m. But yeah, so today we're gonna go a little bit more. Hi, Asher. You wanna say hi to chat? Come here. Come here. Come here. Oh, I got you. Oh, I got him. There's a kitty. There's a kitty early in the stream. Look at this boy. I wish I could make you meow into the mic. There's a sniff. That's all you're getting. Just a sniff. Say hi. Say hi to chat. Again, matching his pillow right over there. You're so good. Okay. Alright, I know you hate it. Here. Go. Over there. Alright. And there he goes to sit on character sheets. Thank you. Good. Alright, fantastic. Alright. Yeah, so let me go to the correct screen here. There we go. He winked at me. Yeah, don't eat my dice. Or my dice tray, for that matter. Hang on. Give me this. He likes eating the edges of my foldable dice tray. Yes, you personally, of course, obviously. Alright. So, right. So today, I figured since I'm gonna start, even though I'm still taking the next couple weeks off of heading over to Bare Bones, I'm still gonna work on my game writing because I don't want to fall behind just because I took some time for my brain. So, so since we have an idea of where you guys are going next, for the Galdor campaign, I'm going to work on some relevant items regarding that, and then as when we're filled out enough with that, I might go to more culture and or nation building. I'm going to start with culture building, and then we'll go to nation building because I really need to figure out the specifics. No, Soda will be there, I'm sure, in one way or another. He might not be there as late as he normally is, but I know he's definitely gaming for this next weekend. Though he will be not there on the weekend of our anniversary, which I think is the 20th. That Saturday he will not be there. So, because we're taking... Yeah, he'll be there this coming Saturday, but the 2 Saturdays after that he will not. We gotta plan our anniversary. Yes, he has art to deliver, ties to deliver, maybe some other stuff, I don't know. So we have a big pile of like various fandom art that you guys are free to go through, that we don't have anywhere to hang, unfortunately. So I gotta go through that. Which pile was which, babe? One was definitely keep and one was let the kids go through. And I wasn't sure which one, so let me know. So, I don't know if you guys share any fandoms with us, but there might be some crossover, I don't know. Like, on the box was keep. Okay, cool. Alright, gotcha. Right, so, since you guys are gonna be, pile on the chair was share. Okay, cool. Yeah, that's what I thought. I just wanted to be sure. Since you guys are going to be going after Basra, assuming you're going after Basra next, like in yeah, I gotcha. Pile. I know what you meant. I'm starting to speak in your misspellings, so it's okay. Eek, keep score. That's two. Two in one sentence. That's amazing. It's also fucking hot today, so if at any point I'm in a tank top suddenly, it's because I can't fucking stand it, and it's humid. It's raining outside, which I'm happy for, and it's windy, which I'm happy for, but it is humid outside, so, and I got the windows open. It's nice though. I love this. This is nerd weather. This is nerdy shit weather. Reading and shit. Take it off. No. It's snowing there. Oh god, I'm so sorry, Arcane. Yeah, snow is not, I've experienced it exactly once, and that was enough for me. That shit sucks. I hate breathing cold air. I hate it. I hate breathing cold air. Ugh, that dry, cold air that just racks your fucking lungs. Ugh, I hate it. I hate it so much. We don't have many days like that here in Florida, but, like, the ones we get, man, it takes all of my willpower to get out of bed. Like, honestly, those days, if I could just build a blanket fort and not fucking do anything all day, I would. I fucking promise you. It's not that I hate the cold, I like the cold, but when I have to leave, I don't like it. I forgot to silence my phone. 1 second. Quiet. Alright. Yeah, so since you guys are gonna be going, the next quest is for you guys to go after the shepherd, the lost shepherd, Basra. We're going to figure out more about his culture. His people's culture, and I'm pretty sure I haven't been too secretive about him, but just in case, there's a slight spoiler in the type of creature that he is. If you care about that, Eek. If not, you can come along with us and create his culture and what it means. But we can also just keep it a surprise for the rest of the group, which is always fun. You already know some stuff about characters that other people do not know, so, you know. You're the spoiler keeper. Is it a big part of his whole deal? Not really. It's just kind of a like, ooh, that's part of this world. It's just kind of an exciting thing. Because this type of... Eek is the seal. This type of creature is very cool to me, and I try to include them in pretty much any world that I'm playing in or create. I usually put them in. So if you don't want to be spoiled to types of creatures that are in Galdor, please feel free to head out. But regardless, yeah, please do. So Basra. Oh, here. Let me find his picture. Do I have his picture somewhere? Hang on. Let me put it over in the other window just in case there are spoilers in that Pinterest board, because I can't remember if there is or not. Meow. Meow. He is chatty today. He's yelling at me all day. All right, where are you? Mew. No. Here he is. There we go. That's Basra. Basra is a minotaur, as you can tell. Tiny Kibi. Basra is a good boy, and I'm excited to have him, and I love minotaurs so much in just any type of fantasy. Minotaurs are always fucking awesome to me. They may or may not be vaguely related or some sort of offshoot of Firbolgs. We could honestly kind of take them and have them in the same general... Happy for noises, yes. Have them in the same kind of general thing, but I don't know. I also like the idea of them being their own thing. But we get to decide that. That's the fun thing. We get to decide where they come from, what they do, what they are most notable in. I need to do this with all my races, honestly, because I figured out kobolds You've been obsessed with minotaurs lately? This is perfect then. So as we know, minotaurs come from Greek mythology. The who was the guy that went down into the minotaur's lair and slayed him? Right, I don't remember. Firebolt and minotaurs in the same. Oh, Firbolg, yeah, that's the other thing, is we gotta decide what realm they're from. So I'm thinking them being children, basically, of, one sec. Where are my gods? I gotta remember the right ones. I'm thinking of either Lyra or Beret. Beret, however you say it. Beret. I just keep saying Beret because it sounds better. I'm leaning towards more Beret, goddess of hospitality, bounty, and kin, because they're going to be shepherds and farmers and kind of, you know, down, for lack of a better term, down to earth as a race. How is my mic today, by the way? Am I too close, or is it too loud? I just want to make sure before we get too far in, because it was way too late in the stream by the time I kind of fixed it. Hospitality, good idea, explains their chill. Yeah. Let me bring up their official Wikipedia thing. Mic is okay. Okay, good. Alright. So the first Minotaur was Minos, yeah. Where did he come up? There was a... Okay, yeah, that's right. The island of Crete. Basically, the Minotaur was kind of a made-up thing to kind of give shit to Crete. It's better than the other day, still peaking a bit. God damn it. Alright, let me put it down. I'll put the gain down a little bit more. Okay, how is this? Is it okay? I put it a little quieter. Whoa, wait, in Crete, the Minotaur was known by the name Asterion? I'm sorry, it's even spelled the right way. Or is Asterion with an A? I sound further away, it's too quiet. Fuck! Oh, god damn it. Alright, how about that? That's in between. Can you bring the volume up? I thought those were the same thing. Is the gain and the volume not the same thing? Hang on. Shit. I'm still learning. Okay. I don't... Maybe... I thought the little thing... The audio mixer on the side, is that the volume or is that the gain? Because that's what I thought it was. Yeah, I have... Here, let me show you what I got. This is gonna get weird in a minute here. Yeah, look at me. Oh, fuck. Hang on. Where's my... How do I hide it? There it is. Okay, you go away, Twitch. Okay. So... Okay, it's a little different on this monitor. So, here are my levels. Right there. This is the mic here. This is the music. Turned that level up. Okay, that's where it was. This is where it was when it was peaking. I turned it down to keep it from peaking, but I don't know how to make gain better. Hi, Baker Raccoon! Welcome in. Nice to meet you. We're fucking with OBS at the start of the stream real quick because I cannot figure out how to make my mic sound not shit, so I beg your pardon and beg your forgiveness while I figure this out. But... Here, let me go. Here's what I've been using. I've got my noise gate, noise suppression. I'll message you. It's good for now? Tinny. Jesus Christ. I gotta... Not yummy. I can up the low quality again, which might muffle it a little bit, but it might make it sound less tinny. I don't know. Is that better? I fucking hate this. I'm okay with, like, physical technological problems, things I can hold in my hands, but this kind of stuff, out of my fucking repertoire, like, hard. Alright. And every tutorial that I look at says the same things, I follow those things, and now it's like, I don't know. Alright, that's fine. We'll keep it there. God damn it. Alright. We might have to do like an extra stream at some point just for people to yell at me and tell me how to work a fucking mic and how to set it up properly. Anyway. Sorry, I was freaking out at the fact that the original name of the Minotaur in Crete was Asterion, and I had no idea. Asterius. I'm in a place with weak Wi-Fi, so my responses may be delayed. That's okay. Who offered help? It was, Yagamaki, I believe is their name. They're not in the chat a lot because I think they're working on real life stuff. But they've linked me to a couple things and were very cool, but I don't know if it works with their, you know, schedule. Asterius. How did I not realize Asterion came from Greek mythology? I'm so far out of my... so the next quest in-game is for them to find the Lost Shepherd. The Lost Shepherd is, where'd he go? This is gonna be Basra. He's a Minotaur, he's the shepherd of the town, and he's lost because, I don't know. I'll probably do actual quest writing off stream. Oh, wait, hang on, I gotta fix OBS again. Because I hid chat. Was Asterion a character from Soul Calibur? Was it? No, was it? Hang on, now I'm Asterion Soul Calibur? Is it really? I spelled that wrong. Astaroth. You're thinking Astaroth. I think that was the guy, the Golem, the guy that copied other characters. Not Asterion. But yeah, close. Yeah, I just didn't realize that Asterion was a Greek name. And now that I look at his design, it kind of makes sense. He's very Greek looking. He looks like a Greek sculpture. And I don't mean that he's so hot, which he is, but like he's all white and pale and I never put that together. That makes sense. I love Asterion. He's not my favorite, but he was the first one I romanced because he was a horny boy. It was before all the patches, and I was just like, alright, you're into me, I'm into you, dope. My barbarian character is absolutely here to represent me. Come here, vampire boy. But Halcyon is best. I forgot to mention the tavern in the game I'm gonna run is called Bappleby. That got me. Bapplebee's Diner in town. It's gotta be a bunch of stupid shit on the walls for no reason. Alright, this is not a standing stream. I am sweating profusely, so hang on. I'm gonna put you on the BRB screen while I fucking futz with my shit. So, whoa. Well, see, that's why you put it on the BRB screen. What are we talking about? We're talking about Minotaurs. I will be right back. I'm gonna put my desk down because I do not have one of those cool automatic desks, so give me 2 seconds. Alright. Hang on, now I gotta futz with my mic again. I'm so sorry, you guys. I am not a professional. This is not what I'm good at. Okay. How are we doing? Is this too loud or too quiet? Are we good? Trying not to block my keyboard or my screen. The sheer force behind that laugh when you read Bapplebees could have knocked a dragon prone. I read and I'm understanding it as I read it, and then I said Bapplebees and it just got me by surprise. God, it's hot in here. Okay. Thank you so much for the follow, Baker. I greatly appreciate it. Only 2 away from my, or 1 away now from my follower goal. Holy shit, that happened fast. Thank you so much. Right. So, so I think, like I said, they came from Lyra, or no, excuse me, the other one, Beret. So, whoops, children of Lyra, whoops, no, I can tag shit now in Notion. I gotta remember. There we go. Feels comfy here, gonna stay here. That's the goal, my friend, is to be cozy and comfy, and once I figure out my fucking levels on my mic, it will actually sound comfy too. So I do beg your indulgence while I figure out how technology works. It's a learning curve that I was not expecting. I thought it would be a pretty simple setup and go, but it's turned out a little bit more complicated than I thought. Anyway. So, because if Firbolgs and Minotaurs, don't worry, my mic isn't best too. Yeah, it's one of those things that that's like the first step to getting into streaming, and I think it's a pretty big learning curve, if I'm honest. So, So, though I could have the Firbolg and the Minotaur both from the same goddess, I'm thinking of potentially making Firbolgs. They're supposed to be, I know that they're supposed to be based on you know, forest spirits. They're based on Fae. I believe they're Celtic or something over there. The name Firbolg is anyway. Like the Firbolgs that we know in D&D are nowhere near anything close to what the original mythology of Firbolg is, and I know that. But and I like their abilities and homebrew everything here. Well, yes and no. I'm homebrewing the Pantheon, but I'm taking most already created gods and goddesses from various settings around D&D mostly. Although I did make one new god, because D&D hasn't created a god of despair or uniformity, oddly. But yeah, the world of Galdor is as homebrew as I've ever made a world, because I used to just run games out of Faerun, but mine, you know? So I would change stuff about Faerun, but I kept it largely the same. Now Galdor is the ground up. The word Firbolg comes from the Celtic word Firbolg, which were used to denote the first Irish settlers. Oh, okay. You only play as a player. Oh, well, welcome to the world building and DMing side of it then. That's what I wanted to... I created this stream so I could show people that may be new to the idea or that have never been a DM. They can see how much work that game masters, storytellers, dungeon masters, whatever you want to call them, how much work goes into doing this. Because I want more people to do it. Even though it is a lot of work, it doesn't have to be, and it can be a lot of... The work itself can be fun, I think. I learned that fact from Overly Sarcastic Productions. Oh. Didn't they become, like, a mythological thing later on? I don't know, but... or maybe... I don't remember. But yeah, I knew it was Irish or Celtic or whatever, so yeah, at least I got that part right. So, right, so the only race that has a lot of building to it so far are Kobolds and Dragonborn. I have 4 campaigns that I joined. Jeez, been playing for 5 months now and I love it. Wow, you're new to the whole thing. Like, did you play any RPGs before, or is this like your first foray into all of it? That's awesome. How did you find role-playing? Did you find it through, like, watching a stream, seeing Critical Role like a lot of people have, or... Wow, you are brand new. Oh, there's an ad coming, I'll be right back. Alright, we're back. Right, well, Baker, to give you a little lowdown on me, and why the fuck you should give a shit what I have to say about world building, I always liked role-playing video games. Nice, yes, and one of my friends said that D&D is similar, so I decided to try it. I can say I loved the first month playing. I have 4 beautiful characters, and I am very happy. I love how we talk about our D&D characters like they're our children. It's just so good. But yeah, I've been... Fearbolg's first recorded usage was in a collection of myths and poems, yes. Ah, okay. Thank you. Book of Invasions. I'm not going to try to say that because I know it's Gaelic and it's probably spelled or said completely different than it's spelled, if I recall correctly. Nice. They are, yes, they are mine children. We have at least one D&D group that I run with just me and my husband. Anima Raptor is my husband, just in case. And, yeah, we definitely actively call them the kids because they're kids of our other characters and it's a whole thing. Anyway, so I've been a DM, or it's some sort of storyteller. Like I said before, I've been a storyteller technically since I was about 12. Before I knew what role-playing games were, I would make up stories with my friends pretty much every night from 6th grade until I graduated high school. Sometimes in written word, sometimes just live and talking to each other. And then writing kind of took that over for a long time, where I would just write various worlds, sometimes with my friends, sometimes with my husband. And I've been DMing actively, kind of like on and off, but I've been DMing in some aspect for I guess more than 10 years, definitely, but not quite 15, I think. But yeah, I started with 3.5, I've played through 4E. I love my character so much, which my friend says is a mistake. That would depend on the DM that you play with, my friend, because you would be your actual characters would be very safe with me, but I cannot guarantee the safety of NPCs in which you care about. I don't kill characters unless it serves the story and unless I have permission. Your demon is very nice. Good, then you should be fine. You should be fine. Love your characters. Please, love your characters. Love everybody's characters. We love our PCs here. Yes, we do. And our NPCs, of course, and our players and everybody else. But yeah, I just called my brother to confirm RPG game is happening, and he told me he didn't want to anymore. What the hell is that? Don't cry. That world building does not go to waste. You keep doing it. Do what I do, man. Just build a whole world over time. Somebody will come up to you and ask you to run a game at some point. You're free to run a game for our group at any point if you wish. I'm sure we'd love it. I don't understand how people can, like, cancel a game. Holy shit, actually, yeah. You're free, like, anytime you want, if you want to do, like, a round robin thing where, like, you run and then I run and then you run and then you, or whoever. Don't want to bother anyone with explaining my character. No. We actively encourage that here. Please, tell me about your character, what you're creating, what you have created, why you love them. I will do my best to read along with them. If you want to learn more about my world, here, let me give you this. Yes, I actively, here, hang on. Here's my links. There's all my links right there. So you've got Discord. There, if you want to do a whole write-up on your characters, please feel free. We have a creative chat specifically for that. And then I have my YouTube channel, which you can watch. I upload my, yeah, the Discord is in my links. We actively just encourage anybody to talk about any creative thing you're working on. It doesn't even have to be D&D related. Like, we have many artists that just draw stuff. You know, it doesn't have to be necessarily fantasy or D&D related. We love it anyway. And we're here to give advice or support or whatever. I want this place, my stream and my little corner here, to be a hub of creativity. Whatever that is. But yeah, we trade and talk about various characters all the time. Don't ever think you're bothering us by talking about something you love here. Please. I might end up stealing your characters for NPCs for my world. So, you know, it's kind of a, you know, feedback loop, so it works. All inspiration is good inspiration. But yeah, I'll basically be going back and forth through what I'm talking about, and I'll read whatever you have to say about your characters, because I do want to hear about them, please. There we go. Alrighty. Okay, so, talking about Minotaurs. I love them very much. I've always found them fascinating ever since I was a little kid. The first time I learned about Greek mythology in, I think it was like 3rd grade, when they broke out that book. Man, was I excited. Maybe 2nd grade. It was 2nd grade. I was big into all of it. It was like my first... the first time I was introduced to the idea of there being multiple gods and a pantheon and everything. As my little Christian raised ass, I have always been fascinated, and hey, guess what? As an adult, I'm a pagan, so that never leaves. But I love the stories, and so having Minotaurs is absolutely self-indulgent in my world, and I don't care. But this whole world is self-indulgent, basically. My character's name is Eki. I hope I'm saying that right. Is it Echi or Eki? He's a small 90-centimeter owlin. Oh no! He's one of those tiny owls with Great Old One's patron and Pact of the Chains. Nice. My first character, he's level 5. Why does an owlin warlock work so much? Those eyes look like they've seen the secrets to the universe and have not come back from it. I love that idea. That's adorable. I should do owl folk in my world somewhere. I feel like Mistra would be their mom. Given recent evidence, it's likely that Loki was actually a fire spirit of the hearth before Christianity came around and did what Christianity does and makes him a tricksy Satan figure. Is that right? What about... Hi, Asher is yelling. He's mad about it. He's a trickster spirit. I love that, but I have so many questions about the various stories of Loki, but I'm here for it. Absolutely. So he's a mom and he's a little shit, and I'm here for it. Loki's a good mom. He had Sleipnir. Because, woo, Norse mythology is a thing. Right, so Minotaurs are just one of those races to me that seems very huggable, I think is where a lot of it comes from. And so I make all of my Minotaur characters that I create very sweet, and just big, you know, teddy bears, basically. And almost pretty much exclusively, they all got a southern accent because it kind of just fits them. So Bozrah is gonna very much sound kind of like this because it's an easy accent for me to do considering where I grew up. And it just has that kind of sweet, you know, southern, you know, chillness to it. So I'm gonna be doing that. Of course, the voices are generally of a depth that I cannot reach because I am not a voice actor and I do not train my fucking sinuses like D. Bradley Baker can. So I do my best. But yeah. So having them as children of Lyra kind of just makes sense. This kind of, again, southern, sweet hospitality to them is super fun. So they're obviously strong. He's a small murder marshmallow. Very good. Always fun. So Minotaurs in general, as a general rule, are very physically strong. Large, of course. Now I'm trying to decide. Hi. Asher is up my butt today. I don't know what it is, but he wants attention so bad. Do you want to come up in my lap, buddy? I can see Minotaurs and Firbolgs bring a common race here. Yeah. Mew! Come here. I'm gonna see if Asher's gonna cooperate today, or if he's just gonna sit and meow at me. Cat cam. Show cat. Okay, hang on. Are you gonna cooperate? Oh, I forgot to change my camera. Oh, hang on, shit. I just sat down like it was the normal thing to do. Hang on. Hello. Oh, Jesus. Okay. Is that better? We middle? Yeah, we're kind of in the middle now. Nope, Casher, he ran away. Will you cooperate to me, please? Come here. Okay. Cat cam, this is Asher. This is my youngest kitty. He is my familiar and I love him. And he's very attention whory today. I don't know why. Oh, blinking. Oh, so good. I love you. Okay. Meow meow. There you go. With funny little familiars, if you've seen Fantastic Beasts, the small Niffler, he likes to steal shiny objects. Oh, I love Nifflers. They're the best things to come out of those movies. Because they weren't great. The first one wasn't bad. The second one was worse. Okay. Alright, sorry. Sorry about the camera thing. Hang on. This chair is gonna kill me one day. I have this chair that doesn't lock. So, oh god, the fucking camera's way too far over there. Just like, oh yeah. Yes, Newt is very autistic coded, and I love that about him. All right, we good? Yeah. All right, there we go. That's the camera angle I'm going for. My bad. Kinda. Scheiße. Ah, fine. You can see the rest of my art. I don't care. Okay, my crazy background of just a bunch of shit that I pinned to the fucking window by my desk. Okay. All right, we good? Jesus Christ. All right. Sorry, I'm not a professional. Minotaurs in one of the worlds I created were fiendkin. Similar to tieflings, but with more direct ties to demons. Although, just like tieflings, they are not inherently evil. They were children of one of Baphomet's many aspects. That makes sense. Specifically good aligned aspects of beast, shepherdry, and druidism. That's awesome. I love that. That's going along the same kind of line that I'm going with. I love it. So Nifflers are my familiars. They have their little pouches, belly of holding, being able to carry 60 pounds of small objects. That's the best thing I've ever heard in my life. A Niffler familiar? Oh my god, I'm gonna die. Okay, I love that. Okay, I gotta go back to my other camera. There we go. I absolutely love that. That's very good. It definitely sounds like your DM is very cool, allowing you to have a Niffler familiar. Demonkin Minotaurs are an awesome idea, yeah. I have 9 of them. Oh my god. Fly, my pretties! Alright, right. So, but the Baphomet thing makes a lot of sense, Stinks, and I really like that. They have a +7 sleight of hand and 5 stealth. Hell yeah. So, I was thinking about ways to try and tie in the actual mythology of Minotaurs into their race and their makeup. Shit. The monster manual is way over there. Okay, that's fine. We'll just do it this way. Because if I remember correctly, in 5e, the stats for Minotaur... One second. We don't use D&D Beyond here. Let's see. Horns, obviously. Here we go. Labyrinthine Recall. You always know which direction is north, and you have advantage on any survival check you have to navigate or track. So that's their idea of how to tie in that whole thing. So, which is fine. But it's very specific, and aren't Minotaurs like creatures who lures dungeons and labyrinths? Not necessarily. They guard labyrinths in the original stuff. So, you know, they don't really talk, from what I remember. They don't really talk much about... Oh, I have Odyssey. Hang on. I have Odyssey. I forgot I have this. They make great shepherds then. Yeah. So... was trying to find the correct word. No, you got it. Yeah, so I like the whole idea of them always knowing where, like, north is and stuff. Minotaur, 22. Here we go. As a playable character, or race, rather. There they are. So, strength score goes up by 2, con by 1. Age about the same rate as humans. Is it be real time? Why does this always happen when I stream? Hang on, smile chat. Not really. One sec. Social media. Okay, there we go. Alright. Hang on. You just got my fucking... me and my phone. Did you do it? Hurry up. I hate smiling for pictures for this very reason. Are you just gonna leave me here? Don't. You got it. Okay. That was actual... That felt like purgatory. Like, yeah, I don't know if any of you have like perfectionists, like people in your family that have to get the perfect picture, and they'll fucking make you stand there for like an hour. Go, wait, one more, wait. No, you get a candid shot. Fuck off. I hate that. So they can gore you with their horns, yada yada. Alright, here we go. Oh god, Jesus Christ. Sorry, I'm still getting used to this mic being here if I blew out your ears doing that. Furboros, built to survive. Barrel-chested humanoids. Carve their horns to sharpen their edges. Etch symbols of power. Oh, that's cool. Okay. I like the idea of them carving their horns. That could be some sort of magic something, like Scrimshaw. Ooh, Horn Scrimshaw. Okay. Horn Scrimshaw. That's cool. I found a full on Niffler sheet, if you would like to see. Adorable, posted in the Discord. I would like to see that very much. In the RPG chat, I think is what the channel is called, that I created, and for some reason can't fucking remember the name of it. But yeah, please feel free to post it over there. Let's see. There we go. So Horn Scrimshaw is a fucking great idea, and I'm gonna steal that. So, if you don't know what Scrimshaw is, let me show you some fucking badass pictures, because it is super cool. It's basically the carving of ivory and tusks, specifically. Horns too, but it started with ivory, I think. And it's whalebone, specifically. And sailors used to do it, you know, when the whalers would go out and they would kill a whale for its you know, its oil, basically, for lamps. They had to figure out something to do with all that extra bone, so they did things like this. Done, it's posted. Awesome. I will check it out later. It's obviously very, very illegal now, for whalebone anyway. I'm sure you could still do it on other bones if you so wished. But yeah, they did these beautiful, beautiful art pieces of just whatever they wanted to, because they had a plethora of bone and decided to carve, and none of these fucking pages are working for some reason. So yeah, you can do stuff like this, where it's still bone, but it's not, you know, it's not ivory and it's not whalebone anymore, hopefully. But here you go, here we go, here's a pair of horns. Oh, look at that. And, you know, your month's at sea or whatever, so of course you have nothing but time, so go ahead and carve some bones, why not? So, oh, that's beautiful. He even did shading. I say he. They even did shading, like, on the actual... That's gorgeous. Beautiful stuff. Just one of those things that I love to talk about, you know, anthropology and humanities and stuff like that, is just... I love how humans find a way to make art no matter where they are. I love stuff like this, even though it was sad and that we hunted many whales to extinction. But so many good stories came out of the whale trade and things like that. And though I would like to have the, you know, the ecology back, certainly, just going back and seeing what people do with these things. Oh, oh, look at this. Okay, hang on. I'm gonna go history nerd for like half a second because I want to see what this says. Oh my goodness. 10th September 1813. This horn is to commemorate the gallantry and bravery of Commodore O.H. Perry and his men, whose victory over the British Navy on Lake Erie directly led to the fall of Detroit. How fucking cool is that? Look at that. That is so fucking cool. Wow. That's awesome. Anyway. Well, yeah, the Whalerman song. Nobody wants that. My second character is a fully made Skyrim into D&D. Nice. His name is Artemis. Imperial humanoid life domain cleric with chainmail armor, shield, and mace. Currently level 3. Nice. Baphomet, in addition to the rest of the demon lords, has the nickname the Shattered Ones, as they are all broken into varying aspects due to the primal chaos of the abyss, causing their personality to wildly shift and fracture. Baphomet's aspects include Panos, my world's take on the deity of... a deity of Pan, yes. Anima Prima, the aforementioned beast aspect, and the hatred aspect of anger, the will to live, and healing. Wow, that last one is a thing. Anger, the will to live, and healing. You know, a lot of people would think those are you know, dichotomous, but I really like that. That sounds fucking cool, because tying that all together is very interesting. But yeah, Minotaur Horn Scrimshaw is definitely, let's see, a form of like focus. It could be just ornamental, of course, but we gotta make something magic with it, obviously. So for further inspiration, we have Ogham. This is, as you can see here, it's kind of like a runic alphabet, basically, for the old Irish language. It's a very, very cool, again, another cool carving thing that I love. Anger and hatred can be constructive. That's what I tried to go for there. That's awesome. I love that. So there is, here we go, neo-paganism. So I'm thinking of channeling Ogham with neo-paganism in this, because for anybody new, Galdor is a very witchy world. There's witchcraft and spells. It's very high magic, but it's the type of magic and how it's done that changes. So let's see. For the purpose of divination. Divination with Ogham symbols is mentioned in, I don't know how to say that, a tale in the Irish mythological cycle, wherein the druid Dallin takes 4 wands of yew, writes Ogham letters upon them, then he uses the tools for what some interpret as a form of divination. However, as the tale doesn't explain how the sticks are handled or interpreted, the theory is open to interpretation. A divination method invented by neo-pagans involved casting sticks upon cloth marked out with a pattern, and interpreting the patterns. The meanings assigned in the modern methods are usually based on tree Ogham, not Ogham, with each letter associated with a tree or plant, and meanings derived from these associations. While some use folklore for the meanings, Robert Graves' book, The White Goddess, continues to be a major influence on these methods and beliefs. Very interesting. My third character, Ergen. He's a halfling druid, Circle of Spores. Hell yeah! Sorry, that's my Circle of Spores druid, Cordelia. He's a cutie and a friendly traveler who loves saving animals from sellers and raiders. Oh, I always love a fucking, like, eco-terrorist druid. That's what my Cordelia is, that very same thing. She's a lot more of the creep factor of the Circle of Spores, but she loves animals too, and she hates the man. She hates society. Even though she's technically a noble, she's dealing with that. Cordelia mentioned indeed. So good. She's my daughter. One of many. So I'm taking like 600, this is how homebrew is made. It is 600 different inspirations from 600 different sources. So we're taking Scrimshaw, we're taking Ogham, and we're taking what, specifically World of Darkness, which is another system, what they did with Ogham for one clan of vampires, of which I have a character in, is Ogham is a form of magic that you have to trace onto your body in blood. You have to spend blood and kind of draw on your body, and it gives you different powers. Some depend on the phase of the moon. If you hear banging in the background, by the way, it's super windy outside, so that's like sticks and shit like falling outside. So it might depend on the phase of the moon. It might depend on, you know, a bunch of other various things. So I'm taking a little bit of that as well because it's cool. So we're not, I don't think we're gonna use it necessarily for divination, because if it's on your horns, it's not, I see it as, you know how a lot of fantasy worlds like to have dwarves and how they decorate their beards is like indicative of their role in society or things that they've accomplished, kind of like how we use medals. People do that with dwarves in their beards and like the rings they put in their beards and stuff. So what if we did that instead with our minotaurs? And so it can denotes age, status, marital status even, let's see, family members, like dads would have various, like if you had 5 children, you'd have 5 different types of notches or whatever. A testament to their memory, good direction and good history as they carve in or grow memories onto their horns. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Family members, important life moments. Okay. So yeah, I like that. Again, to like, again, denote a life, and then maybe after you pass, your family keeps your horns. Is magically etched, maybe. Yeah, that's the only thing I'm seeing. Oh, it's like reading palms. Like instead of getting your palm read, you get your horns read. How cute is that? That sounds adorable. Horn divination. Oh, ad time. Be right back. All right, we're back. Yeah, so like that a lot. Hell yeah. Now I'm making another character for a new campaign I joined. Yeah, you're going hard. Yeah, I know that feel. Where it's just like I can't get enough. I gotta go through I gotta play as many games as possible. I understand that feeling. Longhorned elders have their stories of their lives on them, so they tend to be real honest. Yeah, I see the elders of Minotaur culture kind of being like, you know, kind of like old wise women and men, and oh, we could take a little bit of the, you know, the Native American culture in there. We could have, you know, wise women and men. The eldest are always looked to for advice. Chieftains, that kind of thing. That could be cool. Mew! What, do you have ideas? You need to learn English. I can't understand your mews except that they're adorable, buddy. I know. What? Do you want up or not? I keep trying to call you up here, but you won't. You just give me hugs. Why is your tail wet? Ew. That better just be from your water bowl, you gross little boy. Where the fuck did you get wet? Ew. Why are you wet? Alright, speak English, yeah. Pay rent. Alright. Okay. So I like that a lot. Meow meow meow. Oh, you're so cute. He just opens his whole mouth. Oh, he came up. Oh, there he goes. Okay. Hi, Asher. I don't know if you guys can see him. Yeah. Oh, yeah, you can. but what do you want? Hi. He's just gonna sit right there. Perfect. And sniff at the mic. If you guys get sniffy sounds like cat ASMR, I'm here for it. I don't really know what class and race I want to take. I kind of want to make a character that loves to protect and defend innocent civilians. That sounds like a paladin to me, my friend. I always think of a good old-fashioned knight. If that's your vibe. There's plenty of paladin oaths that you could take that are fucking cool as hell. What? He just needs to be up in my business all the time. Mac agrees, yeah. I mean, a good old-fashioned knight is a... Why are you wet? Where were you? Do you guys see what this cat is doing to me? He's like... A paladin, let me do that. Yeah, I highly recommend. And out of bias, for my husband's beloved character, I will say a dragonborn paladin is a vibe. Just because. Also, mechanically, they kind of make sense. Because they get a bump both to a raccoon paladin. I mean, if your DM has a raccoon race, go for it. You could probably do an offshoot of like a tabaxi or something if you so wished. Asher has come to cause entropy and chaos with yes. The other two demon lords in this world are Orcus, yep, and Jubilex, awesome. I couldn't find a way to spin the rest into being any fashion good. Yeah, that's fair. Orcus has... Sir! Hey, get down from there, shithead! He's being a butthole today. Hey! Get down! Get down! I'm so sorry. Sir, I'm gonna... Get... Okay, good lord, I'm so sorry. He has been so good on streams before. It must be the weather. I'm blaming the weather. Anyway. Orcus has two aspects, one of spirit communion and knowledge, nice, and the other involves the animation of inanimate things, like corpses or objects. That's cool. Jubilex has three aspects, shape-changing and trickery, cooking and consumption, and alchemy. Wow. I mean, that makes a lot of sense. He's alright with custom races. I could be able to make a raccoon race. Little trash panda. Wet tail. Yes. I mean, now I'm just thinking of Rocket Raccoon, except fantasy. I'm gonna get that on. Alright, so... So we have... Alright. That'd be so cool, a raccoon paladin. I mean, do it. Alright. Let's see. Hi again, sir. Oh my god. Do I have to put you away, buddy? If you're gonna keep doing this, you're blocking my stream. And I know people would rather look at you, but like, I'm getting distracted with your cute face. Please, could you behave yourself? Alright, if you stay there, just don't be a shithead. Alright. Cats, ladies and gentlemen. Just fucking Big is being very good. Well, probably because he's slinking because it's raining and he hates the rain. He's probably hiding right now, so. Okay. So... Bonkin. Oh my goodness. I love you. So I see like I guess it would be like tribes of tribe communities, elders, chieftains, wise women and men. Sir. My God. I don't know why he's being crazy. If he keeps it up, I will have to lock him away. Apologies in advance. I have to lock away my boy. Will you, Notion, please, I beg you, to cooperate. Alright. Now, I kind of... We could make them nomadic, which would be cool. A nomadic community, even though... Although Lyra, or Beret is... No, that makes sense. Yeah, because I was confused. Yeah, the goddess of hospitality... Oh wait, no, Lyra? No, it was Beret. My bad. Sorry, I'm all over the place today, my brain. There we go. So, I think making them a nomadic people would be cool. They rarely stay in one place for very long. They have to go on walkabout kind of stuff. For their own mental health and you know, maybe spiritual reasons, that kind of thing. But instead, like, walkabout isn't an individual activity, it's something you do as a group. Or with your herd, and it's like your herd is considered maybe part of your family or some such thing, and you're as connected to your herd as you are to your family, which would be cool. Old West American tropes with native cultures would be neat. Yeah, a little bit. Love a good Wild West. Wild West culture, so yeah, definitely. So yeah, a little bit cowboy, haha joke, and a little bit Native American, very cool idea. Again, Galdor is meant to be a world where I can make any aesthetic happen. Make them kiss. Now kiss. Where Galdor is meant to fit almost any aesthetic that I could possibly want to run, so my own ADHD can always survive in the same setting. So having a possibility of a Wild West type thing could definitely help me in the future when I get like out of nowhere cowboy obsessed or something. So that's a good thing. So let me do Old West, native. Whoops. Work with me. Native. Oh my god. Okay, native. Okay. Alright. I like that. Okay. Cool. Alright. I already love them so much. I just see these elders with these giant, like, crazy horns that, like, they have to turn sideways to get through doorways and shit is really cool to me. It sounds very cool. Yeah. Alright. Alright. I like that a lot. That's cool. Let's see. They obviously we gotta figure out their values. So there's that. Obviously, like anything that Beret values, community and kin and yada yada yada. Family ties. Let's see. Tradition. ritual. Yeah, like if for instance, if you wanted to look at a good way of like figuring out what a culture looks like is to figure out how like a teenager in that culture would rebel. At least in my idea, it's a great way of like looking at like what would make the elders of that community kind of clutch their pearls, basically. So it could be something like you tying into Firbolgs. They could be magically inclined of the two races or a cousin of the race. Hornless minotaurs. Oh, that's cute. So they're the ones that... okay. What about this? Hang on. Let me... Okay. If minotaurs are the children of Beret... hang on. What if Firbolgs are the children of Lyra, goddess of joy, peace, and rest? So I see that as the Firbolgs are the ones that kind of stay where they are. They set down roots, maybe even easily, as would be considered in comparison to minotaurs. And maybe like, even though all the gods are kind of like friends, maybe like Lyra and Beret kind of consider themselves to be sisters, and so that's the cousins aspect of it, which is very cute. So they have kind of the same physical makeup, very large and stuff like that, but it's the way they go about worlds or community that changes. They're like, you know, minotaurs travel and Firbolgs stay still. That could be. That's cute. Okay. So... oh, no. Okay. I haven't made a... hang on. A Firbolg page yet. 1 second. Have I? No, I haven't. Okay, good. Alright. Okay. There we go. Alright. Fun! Okay. Alright, so Firbolgs are... I see them as thinner than their Minotaur cousins. I see them as more of a lanky race, I guess. So not necessarily dexterous, but not as strong as their cousins. Hang on, let me see what the Firbolg like deer. Yeah, a little closer to deer, though they're not full fawn, but yeah. So your wisdom increases by 2 and your strength increases by 1. Okay, so here's the thing. Here's the difference. If you see the elders of both of these races, right? Okay, so the elders of the Minotaur are like, you know, the elders of a Native American tribe. They're very wise, and I mean, they're both wise, but the aspect is different because maybe they have antlers instead of being hornless. Maybe. I mean, instead of making fawns, yeah, we could do that. That's cute. I mean, it's cute, and therefore I am immediately tempted to do so. Okay, we could do that. a more deer-inspired race rather than just full fawn. They're kind of in that vibe. So if you see the elders of the Minotaur as like Native American chiefs and like the wise one that they come with the big headdress and stuff like that, I see the elders of the Firbolgs as looking like the ancients from Dark Crystal. Immediately, that's all I see, and then kind of like talking like that too. Hang on, let me see if anybody hasn't seen Dark Crystal. Fucking fix that immediately, first of all. Both the movie and the show, because it's fantastic. But ancients. Okay, hang on. The show is very good. Yes, it is. Oh, not her. Not Ogre. Aw. That's not one of them, but okay. There's the Skeksis. That's the bad one. Is that not what they were called? I thought they were called the Ancients. Shit. I'm fucking up my own trivia of one of my favorite movies of all time. Need to watch it again. Alright. Let's see. The Skeksis. The Uru. Okay, that's what they were called. Excuse me. I apologize. Gelfing, Grota Clan. No. Wait, what? His gig. Skeksis. The Mystics, not Ancients, I beg your pardon. Okay, that's what I was getting backwards. My bad. Mystics. Okay, hang on. Dark Crystal Mystics. These were one of my favorite things as a kid. I always wanted one of these as being like my friend, because I want them to like help me and tell me things. So not necessarily the forearm thing, but kind of the vibe of the Mystics. Oh, they're so cool. I love the design on them. God damn it, Henson Studios is incredible. So I see them as a lot like that as far as vibe. They're a lot quieter and stuff like that. Whereas I see the elders of Minotaur culture as being a lot more bombastic perhaps. Like, yes, you sit down and you smoke your pipe and you dispense wisdom, but you're just as ready to go out and like fight for your herd if they're threatened as anything else. Whereas the Mystics are kind of a little bit more they kind of look at the hang on, let me I like this. I'm getting there. So if Lyra is their god, their patron goddess, and she's the goddess of joy, peace, and rest, they can come across to a lot of people as lazy, perhaps, because they're more of the it is what it is kind of people. Not that they won't get up and protect themselves or what they care for, but they're more willing to allow more things to pass. They're decidedly not shepherds. I would guess they were farmers in that case. So they do, that's why they have to set down roots. So they're, oops, no. Children, oops. Oh my god, children of, what did I say? Lyra. Here we go. Let's see. What's the opposite of nomadic? Is it agrarian? Is that what that means? Agrarian. What is it? Is that the word? Is that what that means? Fields of land, social and political philosophy, promotive subsistence agriculture. Yes, okay. Agrarian. Take that halfling energy, loving things that grow. Yeah, that too. Okay, so agrarian. Now I know. Agrarian is one of those words that you hear constantly when you're like when you're learning, like in like middle and high school about history. But I don't think I've ever had anyone ever like tell me specifically what agrarian means. Aside, it's no longer nomadic. Like, you know, I don't know if that's just me having bad teachers or what, but I feel like nobody ever said, this is an agrarian society and here's what agrarian means. It's just like, this is an agrarian society and you're meant to write that down and vomit it back up on a fucking Scantron. All right. Some thunder going on here. If I have to, hi, Crafty Kaiju, how are you? It's thunder in here again. So just to let you guys know, if I can't go super long today, it's because the weather acted up again. We are designing, Firbolgs and Minotaurs as cultures right now. Agrarian society. So, we already made them kind of natives to Ganja, so that's fun. So yeah, they're definitely farmers of varying green things. Thundered over's here as well. Yeah, so if it gets super bad, I'll have to, you know, shut down, but hopefully not. I'm doing pretty well today. I started going back to the gym and got those good exercise brain chemicals going. Oh, I just did that yesterday. So, cause I go to the gym 4 days a week, you know, Monday, Tuesday, Thursday, Friday. And yesterday, a good opportunity for aquaponics. That would make sense on Ganja. And like, yesterday was arm day, and like I noticed I got a little bump right here that's like noticeable now. And so I went twice as hard as I normally do, and now today my arms are fucking dead. But I feel happy because I got a little muscles happening on my biceps a little bit, and one more step towards muscle mommy. Is my goal. I'm slowly figuring it out. But yeah, that's I'm very excited that I like working out, so I completely understand where you're at, Crafty. Agrarian society of farmers, home country, Ganja. There we go. Yeah, aquaponics is a great idea. I'll put that under the Ganja thing. Good for you. I don't know about building muscle, but my body is telling me you need to get more exercise or you're gonna die. So I decided to give it another shot. Yeah, I understand. My mental health is now directly connected to me going to the gym. So I mean, just building muscle is just a bonus. Now it's like, if I don't go to the gym, the voices are gonna start and telling me I'm a piece of shit, so I gotta go to make them go quiet. But now starting to see a difference after, you know, I'd say about 6 months maybe. I've been going pretty regularly. 5-6 months, somewhere like that. I'm just starting to see like here in my shoulders and here on my arms, I'm starting to see the difference, and I'm very excited. I gotta lift, so. But yeah, I understand hey, exercise or die. Mine's just in my brain. I also get stiff if I go more than 2 days outside of the gym. So, you know, it's always helpful when your own body and mind are yelling at you to go to the fucking gym, so you don't have as much of a excuse to laze about and not do it. But yeah, I just, like, after years of hating exercise of any type, I'm starting to actually enjoy it and look forward to it. It's weird. Except today, because, like, my arms hurt so bad. And now, like, I've set that bar for myself, so now I have to continue to match it, which is like, oh no. Alright. So we're giving Firbolgs antlers, which is very cool to me. I like the idea of them being instead of like how the Minotaur are shepherds and guardians of flocks, Firbolgs have, I mean, as written, they have this guardian of the forest vibe for them, so we can definitely do that. So it's less specifically forests, and they are guardians, hang on, of a chosen home. Or the genus loci, if you want to get specific. That is the spirit of loci. The spirit of your place. And that can mean your house, your yard, your county, your city, your country, or your world. It depends on how the Firbolgs take it. And that doesn't necessarily mean that they're always druids or always whatever, but they all take into themselves the need to protect the natural order of a certain place. And they might have to do their own walkabout, which is a cool idea, like a specific walkabout where they have to go find their place. So it could be this kind of, again, kind of taken from the Native American spiritual journey kind of thing. That whole idea of like, why white people shouldn't take fucking ayahuasca and shit. Like, those are not for you. Not that you can, culturally appropriate a drug, but it's probably a good idea not to do that, for a variety of ideas or reasons. But you go out and you kind of channel yourself through the land wherever you go until the land speaks back. And, ooh, I love that idea. Add. Oops, add. Okay, we're back. Yeah, so when they come of a certain age in Firbolg society, they go on walkabout if it's not already, if their home land hasn't already spoken to them, which I imagine would be a common enough thing that, hello, and Asher's back, ladies and gentlemen. Yes? He is demanding today. I gotta feed them in about half an hour. So the next break, just so you guys know, will be a bit of a longer one, because I gotta feed the cats, I gotta make myself coffee, potentially get a snack, I don't know. But yeah, just so you guys know, the next one is probably gonna be a full 5-10 minute break. So we all have a minute to stand up, stretch, do that kind of stuff. Refill our emotional support water bottles. Anyway. Okay, so I like this so far. And that is where make their home. Okay, that's fine. So the other thing that would make this different is the difference between antlers and horns. And if you don't know, antlers fall off. Antlers shed like, anything like hair, basically. Horns basically stay where they are and grow. So that's very interesting, and that could inspire differences in their architecture. Like snakes, yes, exactly. That could like, if they build things out of shed horns, how fucking metal would their fucking buildings look like, you know? And then, or fencing made entirely out of horns and stuff like that. No, it's okay, go for it. And like, they would, instead of, like, I see the Minotaurs being very tent based because they're nomadic, they move, so everything has to be collapsible. Yes, please don't apologize for hyperfixations. We thrive off of that shit here. So everything has to be very, light and collapsible and fast to set up and down, that kind of thing. Whereas the Firbolgs, I see their architecture, like, again, I base them in Ganja, which is the island nation, so that kind of involves different building materials, but as a community, oh my god, Asher, please, I love you so much, you're so cute. Get your butt, don't put your butt on camera, we have to charge extra for that. Start a cat OnlyFans. Only cats. Thank you. Alright. Respect yourself, son. Anyway. Right, so I see their... oh my god, kitty, please. So tropical architecture is always very airy. Luckily, guess what antlers are? Very open and kind of these pronged things. So imagine windows but with like antlers set into the middle of them. That sounds so fucking cool to me. I don't know why. There's just something very metal just naturally about antlers. As cool as horns are, but like shed antlers, and like if you've seen a deer, a picture of deer in the middle of shedding their velvet, Asher, please, I'm trying to talk. It's just bloody and gnarly looking, and it's fucking cool as hell. So go look that up if you haven't seen a picture of a deer or anything shedding its velvet, because it just looks like viscera, and it is fucking metal, as long as you don't get nauseous from blood, because it can be gruesome, I'm not gonna lie. It looks like it fucking feels amazing though. Much like snakes, it's like I wish the ability, sometimes I do wish I had the ability to shed my skin, just because you're just like, something about it is just like, ugh, you know? And then just a new pretty skin would be cool. Anyway, so yeah, I see them, ooh, that would be a gnarly time. And it's seasonal, usually. I think it's, they start growing, hang on, for deer. Hang on, let me see. Deer antlers season? I don't know how this works. When do deer shed their antlers? So, fuck off, Field and Stream. I'm not gonna fucking subscribe to you, I just wondered. Oh, this is a very interesting graph. Huh. Northern deer shed earlier. Alright, so southern they do... Sir. That's cool. Alright, so it's always in spring, so their shit probably starts growing in like fall, winter. No, sorry, it's raining and it sounds very nice. It doesn't look like the mic is picking it up too much except for when I talk, so hopefully it's not too loud. If it is, I can close the window, let me know. Right, so, that's cool. So they shed their antlers, and man, what would that look like? Like in the spring, when everybody's velvet is like shedding, and like, are there are there spas, or is it a personal thing? Do they go rub up against trees like actual deer do? That's really interesting to think about. Let's see if I have like a Fearball antler. I wonder if anybody else has drawn a Fearball with antlers. Oh, here we go. Aw, she's cute. Oh, they're so cute. So it could be a little bit of deer and a little bit of goat inspiration there. Aw. And tails. We didn't talk about tails. Ooh, that rain is coming down. I hope you guys can hear me. If it's too loud, let me know. But do we see Minotaurs as having tails? I'm like, again, I'm biased. I want every race to have a tail for just because it's cool. I see Minotaurs as having shorter tails from walking. Maybe shorter, thicker tails. And then, like, this picture that I just... Where'd it go? This picture here, like these long, tufted tails for Fearbalgs. That just seems cool to me. Just a small little difference between the two of them. Shorter, thicker tails. Okay. Oops. Longer, tufted tails. Alright, cool. Alright, sure. So I'm not sure what else to figure about the culture itself. I was looking up on Reddit, like, ideas of, like, building cultures and stuff. Here's a good one. Government, how authority has been established, the process of putting people in power, power is delegated, forms of government that include monarch. Okay, yeah, so Minotaurs are strictly, I'd say, elder-based. So the older you get, the more respect and potentially power, if you so choose, you get, because it's a simple thing. Oh my god, I love this weather. I'm so happy. Oh god, except when the lightning happens. Okay, that scared me. Again, I don't know if you guys heard that. The rain's getting intense, but that was the first thunderclap, so we'll see what happens. Okay, so let's see. Economic system. I largely trade. I'm bartering and the like. Although I think if a community of like about 150 people at max, because I think beyond that, like a nomadic society is gonna get a little bit touch and go, you know, harder to organize and stuff. I would say it's people take care of each other in their, you know, and it's, unless they trade with outsiders, which some may and some may not, that's probably left largely to the community itself. But, you know, and that's interesting, if they treat their their herd rather as family, do they trade their herd? Would they sell the creatures that they herd? That's an interesting question. It may come down to, like, so maybe it's less like family and more like pets, but still pets are family, as we all know. So... Ooh, I saw the levels go up with that thunder. That was cool. So... I think at times they might sell them, but largely they sell, like, the animals, like, byproducts, like wool or milk or what have you. I mean, you know, manure could be good for farmers. Oops, sorry. That kind of thing. So I would think they would largely try not to trade their herds. Well, then why would they herd them? Is the question, isn't it? Oh, I saw the levels go up on that one too. Oh boy. Ooh, ASMR for y'all. Hopefully the mic is making it sound pleasant. Oops, get out of here. OBS just decided to change screens for no reason. Ooh, it's loud. I might close the window at the next break, just because that is getting loud and it's harder for me to think too. It's also making me want to go to sleep. Yeah, so why else herd these animals if you're not gonna sell them? Again, they could sell their byproduct, but is that the only reason? Do they eat them? Oh Jesus, I never even thought about that. Are minotaurs vegetarian? Huh. I mean, my first inclination is to say yes, they are, just because cows and bulls and the like are. So they don't eat. So what do they do with the animals? So I guess they just start... And I've mentioned the fact that Galdor isn't a capitalist society, so it's not required for them to make money off of their animals necessarily. But a herd, if left to its... That was really loud. Oh boy. A herd, if left to its own devices, may grow out of hand. So the question is, if they were to sell these creatures for meat, specifically to be eaten, are they more likely to sell the young or the old? And are there has to be rituals involved in the selling of these creatures. Like, you wouldn't, no matter what, like, if you have, you know, a bunch of animals that you love like pets, you're not gonna sell them to somebody to eat. I'm pretty damn sure. Oh boy. So, would anyone in Minotaur society ever sell anything for meat? Is the question. I might have to come back to that because I'm drawing a blank on like how to make that work, you know? Because again, I got caught up in the form, and although I do consider Galdor largely a form over function world that I'm building, where it's a lot about the aesthetic of things, despite, you know, the name of Unesthetic Gaming, as my YouTube is called. I'd still like it to make some sense, because that informs the rest of everything. So we'll have to revisit that, I think. Because it is something we need to figure out. Because with, specifically with Basra, he herds these animals, for the town of Quick Spring, specifically for their wool and their milk. He doesn't, they're not eaten, necessarily. Unless something happens to where it's, you know, the animal is injured, perhaps, and there's nothing that can be done. I'm not sure. We'll have to figure that out. But, yeah. That's a question to consider, I think. So. So I'm gonna start going a bit more through the nations of Galdor. Here we go. Because I figured out general vibes of cities, which is fine, but I need to do the nations, the wider nations. So, one sec. You get over here, and... Boop, boop, boop. Okay. Oh god, when I'm sitting, there's like no good place for this mic, so if I keep hitting it, I apologize. Okay. Okay. So the main thing I like to do for world building stuff like this is to find templates, because it helps, you know, if I have like a list of things. Again, I've said it before, I'm very much a list person, so it helps me think. So I've gotten, again, thanks to the world building subreddit, and credits to Northern Knight on that subreddit for putting up their template. Let's see. Oh goodness, there's a lot. Never mind. Okay, here's another one. And there's history. These are both very good. I'm gonna take both of them, and then we'll take what we want and get rid of what we don't. Okay. No. Okay. No. One sec. I'll put that over here. There we go. Hello. There we go. Oof. Okay, let's see. So we'll start with Arcadia, because that's where we are in the game itself. So we've got history. indigenous, prehistory, and antiquity. So that means the precursor race centered in Arcadia were the Fae, created by Melora as an immortal guardian race to the world of Galdor. The Fae knew endless prosperity, which eventually grew beyond what Galdor and Melora could provide. Once the tree of nearly endless. Yeah, nearly endless. Nearly. You're right. Nearly endless prosperity. Galdor began suffering under the weight of the needs of the Fae. Melora was forced to remove the Fae. Nearly endless, Nick. How can it be nearly endless? Like this. Remove the Fae from Galdor and place them within her dreamscape, where nothing was limited for them. Okay. Creating the Feywild. Not the Gay Wild, that's a whole other plane. Let's create the Gay Wild, you guys. Oh no. How have I never thought of that before? That's a whole other kind of fairy. That's amazing. We love the Gay Wild. You started something, we might have to. We'll do that. We'll do a Pride event. Maybe we'll do a Pride game and that takes place in the Gay Wild. Great name for a gay bar or tavern, too, right? Maybe that's what we'll do with it. But it sounds like we could run a Pride game, which sounds really funny. What is that? And then that's in June? Oh boy. Okay. I would play the fuck out of that. I have no doubt. I have a lot of gay themed games in my itch.io account through various bundles and stuff, so I got eyelash in my eye. Hang on. Okay. Ow. Did I get it? Yeah, I think I got it. Alright. So, I'm already getting ideas. Well, feel free to take it and run with it if you got ideas. I'm totally here for it, and I will absolutely play that. That's the game you run? That's what I'm saying. I'll play it. Okay. So that's the prehistory and antiquity. We'll fill out more details now that my brother's out of the picture. Yeah, too right. You have an opportunity now. So Middle History is when the other gods got permission, basically, to all come in and start creating Pride Flag schools of magic. Oh my god. Profit. That's a lot of schools of magic. Every time I look on like Tumblr, I see a new flag, and I'm just like, okay, I'm gonna forget, because there was one that was on some fan art of a character that I really didn't recognize, and I found out it was, what was it? I think it was called Achillean Gay Male, which I think was, God, I might be getting this wrong and I apologize. But it's just the whole school, yeah, exactly. I think it was called Achillean, and I think it was about, like, a man that was strictly attracted to masculine men. I think that's what it was. This was a couple months ago, so I'm not 100% sure. I think that's what it was. I'll have to look it up again. But it was very interesting. I think it was like blue and green, and it was a very pretty color. That's why it caught my eye, because I liked the colors. Oh, ad time. Alright, so I'm gonna go make myself some coffee, and feed the cats. So this will be like a 5-10 minute break, so I will be right back. Don't forget to stretch and move yourself a bit, drink some water as well. So, be right back. Okay, I'm back. Oh, a Killian is a man or non-binary person who is attracted to other men or non-binary people. Okay. Neptunic is the female version. A Killian is also called Uranic. That's so fucking cool. Honestly, can we just, like, name all of the gay types after gods and goddesses? Because that's fucking awesome. I love that so much. I really do. They are very cool. Yes, I just like fuck the planets. Let's name all of the pride flags after various mythology. I'm absolutely here for it. If you make this game, this gay game, whatever it is, I really want to play like a cleric whose specific thing is to be the mom to gay people who were left behind by their parents. I want to be that person. That's my character. Juletian? Am I saying that right? Or Juletian? Yes, please. Yeah. I mean, that sounds fucking cool to me. It's everything I want to be in life. Okay, like Juliet. Okay. Oh, Juliet. Is it Julietian? Julietian? No, Juliet. Julietian. Julietian. What is Julietian? You are only attracted to guys that'll kill themselves for you? Sorry. I hate Romeo and Juliet as a play because it's just so... It's so misinterpreted by current, you know, modern people. I have no idea, I've only read it. Oh, interesting. Right, anyway. But yes, there's just so many pride flags. Women who are attracted to male or non-binary people. Okay. Alright, so it's basically everything but a lesbian is kind of, or everything but a gay man is kind of like what those are for. That's interesting. Or it's straight. You're everything but straight, I guess is how it is. I think. Yeah, okay, gotcha. Alright, dope. But yeah, I like those names. Those are cool. If I run this game, can I use Jasper? Yeah, of course. Of course. All NPCs, PCs, and otherwise are public domain unless stated otherwise. Please feel free to use any characters that I've come up with. Sick. Alright, so with the precursor race, I know many streams ago I did say that the current year that we were in was like 1500 and some odd, because that's how many years have passed since the Fae were taken. But I think I might have jumped the gun on that a bit. I think it should be a little bit longer since then, because like, okay, I'm trying to think of like situations in our own, you know, society and our own history that were 1500 years ago, which is a long time, don't get me wrong. Well, so 1500 years ago would be the 500s AD. Is that still AD? I can't remember. 500 AD. I was born in the wrong generation. So what happened in 500 AD? Interesting stuff. Let's see. Byzantine Empire, Britannia. I was when you could catch diseases from the water. Go to Mexico and you can. Go to Mexico, just drink right out of a river and you will, I promise you'll get a stomach ache that will last for many days. Years, maybe. Or you could go to Flint, Michigan. Oh, if I don't laugh, I'll cry. Although that's lead poisoning, that's not necessarily a disease. You have died of dysentery. Let's see. Roman catacomb burials end. The monument stones built in Sweden. Let's see. I'm just trying to give myself kind of a basis of comparison in our own history with 500 or 1500 years ago. Let's see. That was a leap year. Interesting. Denomination used since early medieval period. You guys know, like, I know there's some sort of like weird conspiracy theory that's like talking about how, what was it? There was some, there are conspiracy theorists that are trying to say that a certain era of history never actually happened, and that like certain years are made up in historical record, and like the years, like, these are not the exact numbers, but it's like the year 200 to 300 didn't actually happen, so we should only be technically in, like, we should be 100 years back in our count of years, so we should be technically in 1924 instead of 2024, something like that, or even more. I don't even remember. I just remember hearing about it and thinking it was the stupidest thing ever, because even if it's true, who fucking, like, it has no bearing, like, on now. It would suck for a historian and be really confusing, but yeah, there was some conspiracy theory that was talking about, they were like comparing like these historical documents and tomes and scrolls, whatever the fuck it was, and they were saying, oh, these two contradict each other, so maybe these never happened. And I'm like, you know, humans made mistakes back then too, right? You know, like, people misspelled or mistyped, or not mistyped, miswrote things like all the time, probably more often. So like, maybe we can all calm down and not think everybody's in a conspiracy theory. And even if they were, why does it fucking matter? That's like the moon landing. I don't believe it was faked at all. It's absolutely bananas to think that it's faked. But even if it was, okay. What? Huh? You know, the only one that really pisses me off is the flat earther people, which is why I made a flat planet, because it's funny. It was just like, don't, because that matters. That matters mathematically, like, environmentally. It's just so irritating. That matters because it's now. Like, stuff that happened 500 years ago or whatever, like, it doesn't matter. The approximate year of the invention of the bee skep? Oh, the first invention of the beehive happened in the year 500. Wow. World's a tree, exactly. The bee skep. Look at these cute little... That's why they are shaped like that. They're just woven baskets turned upside down. Holy shit. Why did I never fucking put that together? Cute. Okay. Alright. Interesting. There's not a lot here that I know off the top of my head. Historically, a possible date for the Battle of Mons Badonicus. Romano-British and Celts defeat the Anglo-Saxon army. That may have been led by Bretwalda, Ale of Sussex, or possibly Cerdic of Wessex. This battle may have influenced the legend of King Arthur. Interesting. Wow. Pre-Arthurian legend, ladies and gentlemen. That is old. That's old. Huh. Year of the founding of the Kingdom of Essex. It fucking... I hate to sound so American right now. I'm gonna sound really American for a second, so my European and anybody from outside of the Americas, please forgive me. It fucking is crazy how old England is, and I know there are so many more older places, but it's just like I know Essex, I know, like, generally people that talk about like how they live in Essex and stuff. on TV. Like, people talk about, like, I watch BBC stuff a lot. So talking about, hey, I visited Essex, or I came from Essex, or whatever. And it's crazy to think in the year 500, that same city, or kingdom, but city now, is fucking crazy to me. It's crazy. The Kingdom of Essex, which still exists in a town or a city, whatever, is the same age as a upside down woven beehive. That's fucking nuts. I know I sound fucking stupid. I listen, I haven't been outside of fucking America yet. I want to go and visit your countries because they're beautiful and amazing, and I love history. However, I don't have money. If you want to sponsor my trip to fucking England, fucking do it. But, like, it's astounding. Hell yeah, brother. Eagle screech. Yeah, 1000%. I know it's so fucking American, but the fact that, like, right now, if I were to go to London, even just London, which is a very modern, cool city, I could go to London and touch a building that is older than our entire founded country. And of course, I'm not counting the indigenous people of our country that existed long before we turned up as white people and destroyed them. I'm just talking about buildings that exist hundreds of years, because I have visited, me and husband have visited the oldest building in the United States. It's in St. Augustine, or is it in Savannah? It is in St. Augustine, I think. It is a restaurant and a bar. Obviously, you can't. It's attached to the oldest building, and you can look in and see the oldest standing building on American soil, which was like 200 and some odd years old. It is older than the founding of the country. And when I tell you I was just staring at it in awe, is hilarious when you think that, was it 200, 300, 400? What was it? It was a tavern, or like a house. Was it a house? Shit, I can't remember now. Like 600. Okay, it was it? Okay, maybe I'm just missing. I've got 200 stuck in my head. What the fuck was the name of it? Hold on. Oldest. I gotta look it up. Building in U.S. Was it St. Augustine? Right? St. Augustine. Here we go. Yeah, sorry. I don't want to give incorrect information. Hang on. Was this it? The Gonzalez Alvarez house? Historic House Museum. No, what am I thinking of? Am I thinking of the wrong thing? Restaurants. Okay, hang on. Maybe it wasn't actually the oldest. The Columbia... Not the Columbia. Decidedly not. The Floridian... Which one was it? Okay, I'm gonna get so many ads from this stupid site. I'm not gonna do it. Might be the oldest tavern. Maybe that's what it was. And I know that there are taverns in England that are just would laugh at our little baby, like... Here we go, St. George Tavern. This is it. Okay. No, that's... wait, no. St. George Tavern... Son of a bitch. Here we go. It was in 1565. Haha! Okay. The Palace Saloon? Is this where we went? Son of a bitch. I can't remember where we went. Damn it. I'm gonna have to look that up, because we have been to it. I swear to God. Or at least that's what they told us, and now I'm doubting myself. Maybe I got fooled as a tourist, which would not be the first time. Oh, jeez. I just got coffee all over me. Cool. I'll have to look that up. Anyway. Let's just say it is and it was 1500s. Sure, yeah. Yeah. Sorry. I'm sorry. Right. But it astounds me that there are buildings still standing in their original forms in England. I'm gonna say England. I know there's way older things in other countries, but England specifically because I desperately want to go there. I want to and visit these old ass buildings so they can laugh at me. I'm totally fine with being laughed at thinking that 200 years is old. The UK, yes, excuse me. But it's crazy. What did we kiss in the ancient tavern? We did definitely do that. So I get, well, 1500 years ain't bad in the timeline of things. That's a long time ago. So I guess having the precursor race around, so it was like before Fae, or like during Fae and after Fae. So we're in the AF era of Galdor. So how long were the Fae around? How long would it take a race of people to grow beyond an entire world? Old AF, yeah, 1000%. I think they should have been around, I mean, like, because, like, again, another thing that they laugh at us about is thinking that our country lasting 200 years is a long time, when they're, you know, how long was the Roman Empire around? Like, a long goddamn time. So I'm guessing we're gonna treat Fae like the Roman Empire? I mean, that's... How long did the Roman Empire last? Okay. Western, Eastern. Wait, unified. Oh. So in some form, the Roman Empire lasted from 27 BC to 1453 AD. So almost 1500 years, interestingly. Yeah, 1500 years. Wow. Rome, Constantinople. Wow. I know, I have friends that are, like, they have master's degrees and shit, so they're probably laughing at my dumbass, because I haven't been in school for a long time, okay? Like, I forget these things because I'm not reminded of them. Do you guys ever, like, oh, this is not gonna be a shared thing at all for anybody except me. Also because some of you are still in school. But, like, I get a weird, like, fascination with writing a paper like I used to do in school for no reason. Like, I want, like, there's weird, especially when I'm, like, reading stuff that takes place in schools or colleges or something. Like, I want to do a research paper for fun. I hated doing my research paper when I was in school. I hated it. I don't even remember what it was about. But, like, I want to study and write about something, you know? And no, nothing's stopping me from doing that, but I need somebody that's smarter than me to give me an assignment. So I have a teacher to please. I don't know what it is. It's something about, like, I want the old days of the simplicity. We should do a Google slideshow night. We should. That would be cool. I could fuck around with that pretty goddamn hard. Yeah, maybe I should do that. I'll start just doing slideshows for stuff. I don't know. It's just, I miss having a reason to study things with a sort of with guidelines, you know? I like just like people are like, oh, you can learn at any time with the internet, and I'm like, yes, I know that, and I love sitting down and watching like a documentary or listening to a podcast about history or something like that. But like, I want the catching the wrappings of scholarly effort in that. I want a grade. I want to feel smart again. It's been a long time since I felt smart, let's be honest. It's about since I left school that I felt smart. Just like, if you're in school right now, cherish the simplicity of it. I know it's stressful. Validation also, yes, of course. I know school is stressful. I fucking hated it when I was in it, but my god, do I look back at it now and kind of wish I could go back without spending thousands of dollars for no reason. But I miss school in very, very specific aspects. Anyway. So Middle History, I guess, no, because like the first, alright, so the first races after the Fae would still be considered antiquity. The precursor is prehistory and also indigenous. Indigenous is not, I mean, because the world was created and then the Fae were just kind of put here, so they are technically the indigenous race and the precursor race. Although I'm not sure they fit the precursor thing because we didn't come from the Fae. Except the elves. The elves came from the Fae, but everybody else came from elsewhere, more or less. So I'm gonna still consider this antiquity. So after Galdor was emptied, Melora, the Fae came from Melora's dreams to Galdor, so it checks out. Yeah. Oh, there's an ad again. That was fast. Jesus. Okay. That's fine. Hang on. Just checking stuff. Well, we got a minute. There we go. Okay. Nope. Go away, Discord, please. There we go. Okay. So I'm just gonna let the ad run for a bit because we're not too deep into a conversation right now. Emptied. Melora spoke. Whoa, hello, caps lock. Oh my god, this fucking mic. Sorry, if I keep dumping it, I do apologize. I'm still trying to figure out the best way to put this damn thing. Spoke to the other gods, and an agreement was made for the races of Galdor. Alright, so what were the agreements? All gods of the Pantheon have a right to have a right to all gods of the Pantheon have a right to trying to think of a word. Not inspire. Influence. Influence is the word. Influence the direction of Galdor and her people. All races placed into Galdor must have a limited lifespan. That would be the Raven Queen saying, hey, these fuckers need to end at some point or your world's gonna die. Again. So, no race will be created as naturally greater or lesser than others. So, you're like, for instance, if a god came up and said, I'm just gonna make the most Mary Sue, like, no weakness, like, giving or having race that there ever was, so nobody can beat them. So if they turn out to be bullies, they're unbeatable. That cannot be the case. So there's no perfect race placed by any god to base, just to keep from, like, gods' egos from going, I made the best race, blah 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 blah. So, you know, because, you know, we're treating the gods a lot in Galdor as a lot like the Greek gods, where, like, yes, they are worshipped and they offer things to humans, but they might have a little bit of ego to each of them for different ways, both in the Bright and the Grim pantheon. So those things that needs to be agreed upon beforehand, and everybody has to agree to it. I also have to naturally figure in potential loopholes for because, again, we're talking about the encroachment, which may or may not become relevant in the campaign now or later. Either way, we don't know when the encroachment is going to start being noticed in this world in any aspect. Perhaps it already has, perhaps it won't be for hundreds of years, we don't know. So there has to be, like, some sort of loophole that the encroachment can take advantage of, and whether or not one of the Grim gods is doing this on purpose or not, don't know. We'll figure that out when we come to it. But, like, we do have to leave that opening naturally, because that's how good stories start, is gods getting fooled, basically. Happens a lot in mythology. So all gods of the Pantheon have a right to influence the direction of Galdor and her people. All races placed into Galdor must have a limited lifespan. No race will be created as naturally greater or lesser than others. That also keeps away the idea of a slave race. Like, that's basically an impossibility with that agreement. Just so, you know, we don't have the same problems that we have in our current world, talking about how various races were in history. They said that various races were meant to be in certain castes because the Bible or some shit, whatever. So this just pushes that right out, basically. Again, to not allow that open interpretation to, you know, fuck shit up, basically. No slavery in my cozy fantasy world. Exactly. No slavery, no conquering, no nothing. Although, you know, Tiamat will try, because she's the god of conquerors. So there are still people out there that will try, but it's not based on race. It's usually based on the individual and their ability to raise a fucking cult, basically. Let's see. No colonization. Yes, also that. No colonization in my cozy fantasy world as well. None of that. No race will be, speaking of colonization, will be kept from the wider world by another race. Sure. Basically saying that there are open borders. So even if a race or a group of people, don't even have to be the same race, decide to eventually come together and create nations, which obviously they do, there is no location or anything. Well, here, let's not say race then. No border will stop the well-meaning I guess, from entry. So this is kind of like if the Constitution was written actually by God, or the gods in this case. This is a fun moment because if I have all of these agreements, and so many of them have to do with nation building and the like, that means we get to create Galdor's Moses. America, but make it holy. Yeah, exactly. We get to create Galdor's Moses, the guy that like has the rules and tells everybody the rules. We could say it's the queen, but maybe it's somebody else. We'll decide that later, but that could be very cool. Not necessarily the 10 Commandments, but kind of. Because that's kind of cool. That's a cool idea. Some ancient cleric of all of the gods, you know, Pantheon united. No border will stop the well-meaning. I say well-meaning specifically to not let, you know, armies just fully come through and, you know, fuck your shit up. So when Galdor, when any nation of Galdor says, give me your tired, your hungry, your unwashed masses, they fucking mean it. So we're romanticizing a little bit of fucking everything right now because god damn it, it's my world and I'm gonna make it as awesome as, you know, our world actually should be. Okay. Alright, and I also put limited lifespan because elves still live for like a super long time in Galdor, but I imagine there are a lot less of them than most other races. Just out of... Hello, the Consumer of Stars. Cool name. You smell the creation of a world. Oh my goodness, we've been creating for a long time, my friend, but yes, welcome. We are now we're sitting down and figuring out the actual history of the creation of the world, which is fun. So welcome in. You're free to give opinions or ideas or talk about your own world or your own characters or whatever it is that you're creating currently. It doesn't have to be D&D related. If it's something completely unrelated, please let us know still, because we want to hear about it. Yeah, so I'm sitting down and figuring out how to make a cozy fantasy world make sense from its very bones, basically. Every race will be represented in all aspects of ruling. Should I say governmental ruling? Governmental ruling. Dude, should we have like a... There are nations, but we need a UN. We need a UN of Galdor. Okay, that's another thing to put on the docket. We gotta figure out the UN. And it won't be just the kings and rulers and everything of the various nations. It's gotta be even more. It's gotta be, again, somebody from each race, somebody from each economic background, which will be fun because there's gonna be like a collection of like farmers and stuff that are not necessarily meant for that kind of thing, but they're there to like give the boots on the ground report of their outlook on the world and what's good and what's not, which is great. That's gonna be fun. That's gonna be fun to design. We might move on to that later today or later in this. I'm not sure, but that sounds fun. Every race will be represented in all aspects of governmental ruling that influences their life. There we go. I'm working on a class for a plot required NPC. Along that, I'm working on a race. Super fun. Tell me about it. I want to hear. Excuse me. Sorry, I don't have a cough button on this thing anymore. Do I? No. I'm sorry, I just got a new mic, and I'm sorry if it's a little crunchy. I'm still learning. Okay. So, all gods of the Pantheon have a right to influence the direction of Galdor and her people. The Blood Mage and Vessels. Whoa. I love Blood Mage. I love blood magic whenever people make one. It's just so cool. And then Vessels, are they like for blood magic? Or are they something else? Because they sound kind of like blood dolls from Vampire the Masquerade, but maybe I got Vampire the Masquerade on the brain, so I beg your pardon. All races placed into Galdor must have a limited lifespan. No race will be created as naturally greater or lesser than others. No border will stop the well-meaning from entry. Every race will be represented in all aspects of governmental ruling that influences their life. Okay. Let's say represented and respected. I like that. And respected. Again, you gotta look at it like the Constitution and how we misinterpret shit all the fucking time and how to make it better. And how it's supposed to be a goddamn living document. There's something else that contain gods along with the conscience of the original person. Oh! That sounds like Scions from World of Darkness. God damn it. I can't stop thinking about World of Darkness. I'm so sorry. That sounds super cool. We have a couple Scion characters. Add a bit about the individual as well as the nation united. Yeah, that's true. Individuals. Okay, so that's kind of the liberty and justice, right to, life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. That's the one. And all individuals within Galdor have a right to... How do I say that without saying the exact same words that I just said from the Constitution? Or the Bill of Rights, rather. Or both. I can't remember. I have no clue how to make races, classes, or what I specialize in. Oh, well, I don't know if Stinks is still around, but if you would like, I have a Discord for everybody here, and we have a friend specifically who's really, really good at making races. Stinks just kind of gets them offhand really fast and has already done a couple for my world, which I greatly appreciate. They also do classes, but you're more than welcome to post your thoughts over on either RPG discussion or in the creative chat, depending on what you're looking for. It's up to you. And I'm sure they and others are willing to help if you so wish. I'm also not good at making these things, but a lot of people have decided to take it up onto their own shoulders to do so while I create all the other big stuff. So it's super fun, and we welcome any creative chat that you want to do. If you're an artist or writer, whatever it is you do, it doesn't have to be D&D or fantasy or world building related. We're just here to enjoy the joy of creation without capitalism being involved. Unless, of course, eventually it would be nice to get paid for these things that we love doing, but it's not a necessity for us, I don't think. So, alright. All individuals within Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to realize their all individuals within Galdor. Okay. Buddy, that's my cat. He's screaming. Hi. You just ate. Oh, now it's Thumb's turn to come say hi. Are you gonna come say hi? You wanna say hi to chat? Come here. Hang on, cat time. Maybe, if he'll cooperate. Come here, buddy. Come here. No. Cat time. Thumbs. Thumbs is here. Thumbs with the belly. Oh, he's so mad. He's not slinking anymore. He was hiding in the laundry room. Oh, no, come say hi. You gotta be cute. Look at that face. Look at that face. He's so mad. He's so mad. Okay, there you go. Alright, enough cat time. Cat hair. Alright, equal opportunity to realize... I almost said greatest desires, but that's dangerous, so let's not do that. He did not seem pleased. No, he doesn't like the belly. He doesn't like the belly rubs, but we do it anyway. To realize their truest potential? Yes, that sounds good. Or their highest self. Again, we're going witchy. This is a very witchy world, so I'm using witchy. All individuals within Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to realize their truest potential. Does that sound not too monkey paw-able? Like, do you think that could be misinterpreted because... Ooh, okay, maybe not. Their highest self? Highest self. All individuals within Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to realize their highest self. Opportunity as well. I specifically say opportunity for the same reason that they wrote need a benevolent implication. Oh, like something specifically, like highest self is meant... Okay, let me think. Yeah, exactly, that's what I'm trying to keep the BBEGs, like, okay. Yeah, the highest self can be misinterpreted. Yeah, I need their... I don't want to... Not kindest, because again, that's controlling, because it's not always kind, although that is kind of the vibe of this world, but still, I want... I would like... I'm sorry, I just cracked my knuckles in front of the mic. That was really not cool. I apologize that was in your ears. I'm still getting used to the mic. Equal opportunity to become... To become the best that they can be. Okay, no. Fucking... I'm trying not to make it sound too after school special, but it might just become that. Greatest benefit to their community? Okay. Opportunity to become the greatest benefit to their community. All individuals within Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to become... That still feels like somebody could go, okay, you're a trash guy now, because that's all you're good for, you know, God forbid. You know, again, that stuff doesn't commonly happen in Galdor, but it still could happen. Free will still exists, that kind of thing. So it feels like that could still lock you into a caste system, which right now has not happened in Galdor, I understand, but we don't want that to ever be a possibility. Okay, the greatest benefit to their community through their own volition? Through their own... We're basically making cutie marks here. From My Little Pony. Through their own transcendental self. Ooh. Hang on. We're getting close. We're getting close. This is good. We're getting there. All individuals within Galdor... Okay, hang on. All individuals whom live on Galdor, I guess? All citizens. All citizens? Now we're getting real of Galdor. All citizens of Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to become the greatest benefit... to become the greatest benefit to their community through their own wishes and wants, through their own truest self. So it has to be you that makes the effort through your own wants and needs and self and soul, like fulfilling whatever. Oh my god, this is hard. Could you imagine, like, the forefathers sitting around a table, much like I am right now, going, God damn it, what's the word? It's really funny to think about them drafting it up. Although it was probably just Thomas Jefferson, like, high on laudanum. Greatest benefit as balanced and measured by their transcendental self. Ooh, that's good. Greatest benefit as balanced and measured. I like that. By their... transcendental self. All citizens of Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to become the greatest benefit to society. Let's say society. As balanced and measured by their transcendental self. That's... that is very good. I still feel like there might be a Loki that comes up and say, hey, you were meant to be ruled. But maybe we can leave that open so I could have, like, eventually maybe a BBEG of that caliber come around at some point. I don't know. Not the vibe, and it doesn't have to happen, but if it's something that I want to run in the future, that could definitely be something that a bad guy would go... dope, my transcendental self says I am a ruler and fuck you. You know? And that's my benefit. So maybe we'll just leave it like that. Maybe there's a better way to put it. But for right now, I think that's good. Because it would be very easy to put in no harm will come to those that choose the responsibility of rulership, then take the responsibility for the benefit of others as dictated by the selves of their... Wow, wow. Alexander Hamilton. That's... I like that, though. That's great. God, I wish that was in the fucking Constitution. That choose or are chosen. I'm chosen. Or are given the responsibility of rulership, then take responsibility. Thank you for the follow, consumer. Appreciate that. The choosing. Yeah, I know. My brain immediately did that. Oh, my follower count. Hey, I met my goal. Thank you. Oh my god, that's you. Thank you, consumer. I appreciate that. Yay! We did it, you guys. I gotta set a new goal again. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. You're awesome. It keeps happening so fast, and I greatly appreciate it every time. Wow, we almost have 100 followers on here. I appreciate that very much. Yeah, if you want to check out the other world building that we've done, I upload all of my streams onto my YouTube, all under there. I meant to follow earlier. No, it's fine. You got it. It's fine. No problem. But feel free to follow my YouTube as well. That's I I post unedited all of my, so yeah, they are all unedited, so if you need to skip around to find interesting bits, I completely understand. But feel free to check out, and you can see Galdor come to life from the bottom up, basically, as I figure out how the fuck streaming works, and slowly but surely hopefully get better audio quality. But yes, I greatly appreciate you, and thank you for helping me meet my goal. That's very cool. We stream every Monday, Wednesday, Friday at 12 Eastern. Yeah, welcome in. We're happy to have you. Alright. All gods of the Pantheon have a right to influence the direction of Galdor and her people. Great. All races placed into Galdor must have a limited lifespan. Simple. No race will be created as naturally greater and lesser than others. We're keeping out Mary Sue's or whatever. Or slave races. No border will stop the well-meaning from entry. Open borders for those that aren't fucking invading forces. Of course, how each border defines well-meaning might, you know, mess with the interpretation of things. That could be a point of tension. Who knows? Every race will be represented and respected in all aspects of governmental ruling that influences their life. So again, no taxation without representation except beyond taxes, you know. All citizens of Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to become the greatest benefit to society as balanced and measured by their transcendental self. I like that a lot because it kind of gives you this, you need to know yourself before you know what you want kind of vibe. So again, I feel like spiritualism and the like are very important to Galdor, and it's almost a way of life rather than this kind of counterculture thing that we kind of have in our world in a lot of places. Not all, granted, but a lot. Those that choose or are given the responsibility of rulership then take responsibility for the benefit of others as dictated by the selves of their people. So you are a ruler, but you are responsible as dictated by your subjects how to benefit your subjects. My party has fucked over a whole kingdom government by accident. Player's gonna player. I love that. That's really funny. I mean, that's just kind of the way of it all. Every now and again. Oh, it's an ad, so I will be right back. I'll go to the bathroom. I just thought of something that could kind of round out this whole constitution or whatever you want to call it. So it could be the gods promise the bard got thrown through some buildings. Alright. The gods promise to not interfere with the free will of any individual of Galdor, but do not but will not protect them from the consequences of any ill-advised action taken. How's that? Most likely one of our most hectic sessions to date. There do be sessions like that, yeah. The gods promise to not interfere with the free will of any individual of Galdor, but will not protect them from the consequences of any ill-advised action taken. Does that sound good? That sounds a little bit like Fey contracty or demon contracty, but I want in this document the gods promise to not interfere with free will. I want something like that, so the people of Galdor get... Oh, hey, Doc, how are you? Welcome. Ow. Oh, I just clicked my teeth on my fucking straw. Oh, la la la. Alright, so far, the promises and agreement made by the Pantheon before Galdor was remade, or the races of Galdor were made. All gods of the Pantheon have a right to influence the direction of Galdor and her people. Basically, the Pantheon is a collective and they all kind of vote or decide on various things that are put onto Galdor in one way or another. All races placed into Galdor must have a limited lifespan. That's what killed it first. My owner is on medical leave, but things are getting better. Oof. Well, I hope so. I hope you're feeling a little better day by day, my friend. No race will be created as naturally greater or lesser than others. Duh. No border will stop the well-meaning from entry. Again, there's still some possibility for tension there depending on how each border and country define well-meaning and how they veto or, not veto, how they enforce that or what it means to them. Every race will be represented and respected in all aspects of governmental ruling that influences their life. All citizens of Galdor have a right to equal opportunity to become the greatest benefit to society as balanced and measured by their transcendental self. Can I have a quick question about race being born greater or not? Does that mean all races are the same? No. It just means that basically a god, I'll probably have to rework the wording, but basically a god can't make a Mary Sue race that has no weakness to it or whatever, you know? So they're the smartest, the strongest, that, you know, basically giving every member of their race 20s down the board. You can't do that, basically is what it's saying. It's to keep out the idea of potential slavery or potential, you know, colonization by one singular race. Let's see. Balanced and measured by their transcendental self. Those that choose or are given the responsibility of rulership, because there are still some places that vote their rulers in, so that's why I put that in there. Of rulership then take responsibility for the benefit of others as dictated by the selves of their people. And the gods promise to not interfere with the free will of any individual of Galdor, but will not protect them from the consequences of any ill-advised action taken. Basically, you want to fuck around, you're gonna find out. Eventually. Alright. So that... Trying to think of, like, if there's any other potentialities that I could include in this kind of document. Again, I look forward to the the opportunity to make both of our Galdor UN and our Galdor Moses, who was responsible for keeping these rules and to delivering them from the races. That's going to be fun. Some, not necessarily a messiah character, we want to keep away from that kind of thing, but just a character that is entrusted by the entire pantheon. That could be a lesser god, potentially. That could be fun. Or it could be one single individual person that... Quark probably has a Star Trek galactic brain to think about utopian clauses. Yeah, I'm sure. Again, some of this is meant to be a little open-ended and to have the potential for misinterpretation, simply because at some point in the future, I might want to run a big bad evil guy that has like the Loki vibes of like, my greatest benefit to society is to rule, get down on your knees, you know, that kind of thing. So I might want to run that, but for now, historically, basically up until now, that has not happened in any large way in the history of Galdor, but it might happen in the future because that might be a kind of game that I want to run in the future. So, how is the contract enforced? By the gods, more or less. I know that, yes, free will, that's why I put the whole, where'd it go? Will not protect them from the consequences of any ill-advised action taken. Now, that means that, yes, the gods will not interfere with your free will, but if you, for instance, try to rise up and be a douchebag, or whatever, the gods might choose an army of heroes to suddenly imbue power upon, and then inspire them to go after you. So that's the consequences that they're talking about. The gods might not come down with like a hand, but they might have a guy that could punch your brain out. Contract by the gods and enforced by the gods. Latin. Qui custodiet ipso custodes. Is that who watches the watchman? Is that? Qui custodiet ipsos custodes. I only know Custodes because of Warhammer 40k. You want to translate that for me, my friend? Because I don't know what that means. Kinda yes, who watches the Watcher? Yeah. Well, the other gods, basically. I'm glad I got that, though. I just, like, I kind of looked at it and it just kind of made sense to me. That's cool. I'm proud of myself that I got that. But, we're not going to assume the gods are douchebags in this world, at least not the bright gods. Well, even the grim gods. None of them are, outright douches. So, and all of them watch each other. That's why it says all gods of the Pantheon have a right to influence the direction of Galdor and her people. So, checks and balances within them. So this contract is kind of voluntary contract, which gods can break by themselves if they are not caught, and if majority want to break it if they can. No, because there's checks and balances. Again. The gods are, they all have to, before anything can be done to Galdor, they have to agree upon it being done. I'm gonna need you to wind down the IQ, my friend, because I am not that smart. I'm just doing this for fun. So, I'm not gonna be able to figure out every single thing, and I trust my players not to be those douchebags, and the minute they are, that's when we step out of character, and I go, no. And I've never had to say no to a player at my table because I play my players very carefully, and since I'm running the world, I know what my gods will and will not do. So that's why I'm not too worried about being too exact with this agreement, if that makes sense. The gods are not going to go against me because I am God. You could just say God made binding contract by their powers to bind their own influence, and we will be fine there. Yeah, that's basically what that is. That's what I thought. I'm pretty sure that was kind of as said. I didn't think I needed to say it. I'm basically using this contract and this list of things as how, like Faerun and stuff, and like Tal'Dorei, they have the, what do they call it? It's the gate that keeps gods from interfering directly with the world. He said it. I don't remember what it's called. It's the something gate. I can't remember what it's called. But instead of having something that physically keeps the gods from coming on, because I like the one of my favorite things in various mythologies and stories is the thing where gods would take the guise of a normal person and would walk the earth. I love that, and I want that. If you have a utopia and replace money with reputation, you just made a new form of money which is less informative. Oh, kind of like China does with their social system, social point system. And that one episode of Black Mirror that I watched and realized I hate fucking Black Mirror. I don't like those kinds of fucking shows. But yeah, I'm making the gods not assholes, and since I'm the only one running in this world, I don't have to worry too much about what the gods can and cannot do, because what the gods do and do not do is up to me. So that's basically what we're at. Okay. Alright, so that's cool. And then from there, alright, gods agreed on all of these things. Then new races were introduced to Galdor. Each god had preferences to starting locations for each, but none were forced to stay within those boundaries. Okay, great. So basically we have all of the races kind of boop 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 by each god. To having an unfair race, I recently rewatched Star Trek Enterprise, where Vulcan High Command was chosen based on aptitudes, so the one who got the most governing merits and abilities as such was leader. Oh, that's interesting. Let's see. Preference to starting locations for each, but none were forced to stay within those boundaries. And so all races and creatures moved across the world and were fruitful. Let's use some biblical terminology. They were fruitful. And then kind of an evolutionary type thing took place where, like, like we were talking about, like, we have forest goblins, swamp goblins, and mountain goblins. Fecund? No. We'll just say fruitful. I think that gives... It also opens it up for actual trees and shit. Like, plants actually went across and stuff. Except for in... Ta'amun, which is still working on that. Okay. So, that's basically our, whatchamacallit, our Fertile Crescent time, where everybody was a little bit nomadic, and slowly they figured out, you know, farming and the like. Sometimes people stayed where they were put, sometimes they left. Eventually, now we're gonna get into Middle History, where our nations begun to be founded. Nations begin to be founded. We'll figure out the history and how each one was founded later. Cities. well, borders. Borders are drawn, and rulers are named. Okay, great. This is kind of a general hand-wavy way of saying that nations began. Humans diaspora around the Earth dispersed, I think you meant? Dispersed around the Earth? One opinion was it was due to lack of resources, so new families settled further to have land to grow crops. How would this work on Galdor? Well, I would say that I feel like a lot of... Not all, but a lot... Well, even then, yeah, no. In some way or another, every race, pretty much... You meant diaspora. Oh, I don't know that. Sorry, I don't know that word. It was less of, you know, lack of resources. That wasn't the case. But I feel like almost every race has a kind of natural wanderlust to them. Because, you know, it's again, we're doing witchy and we're doing spiritual kind of vibe, and it's also my world, so I have intense wanderlust that I never get to really carry out much. So having that kind of naturally within the people of Galdor kind of makes sense for me. So sometimes people just go, and some of them are nomadic and they find places that they like better spiritually. It's more of a spiritual thing than it is a physical, you know, thing. Right. So rulers are named. We'll have to decide our messenger person eventually too, which will be fun. But should the UN be from the beginning? The UN, I call it. I don't know. I don't have a name for it yet. But I want a UN type collective. Nations begin to be founded, borders are drawn, and rulers named. And then maybe early modern. No, let's do it from the get-go, because it's in the not constitution, whatever we call it. I don't know, the agreement of the god, the Pantheon agreement, something like that. So now let's hang on, because the current UN only came about because of World War II. Right. So this is something that, again, because in the God's agreement that everybody must be represented in all governing aspects, this would be from the beginning, I think. So we get to name it. This is the best part. Okay, I'm not gonna call it the UN as much as my brain wants it. So let's find another fucking word for united. In Africa, when we were not yet civilized people, we followed animals' migration paths to watering holes, so we have food. Also, early countries in Europe were created due to protection needed for traders and villagers and such. Yeah. It could be of varying reasons why all this happened. Collective. United as a whole. Accumulation. Undivided, cohesive. Together, fused, leagued. Integrated. Collective feels communistic. Yeah, maybe. Although communistic in Galdor, communism would actually work in Galdor. Let's start there. The only reason communism doesn't work is because humans. Let's see. What's a cozy word that means togetherness? Unreserved and gross. No, that's not where I'm going. Universal, global, communal, Galdor. Yeah, I'm thinking collaborative, combined, allied, allies, Allies of Galdor. Galdorian something. Federated Galdor. That's a little too... yeah, I don't know. That sounds like a military thing. Cooperative, interconnected, alliance. Galdorian Alliance. The GA instead of the UN. Imperial Galdor, going farther away from my ideas, friend. Mutual, public, composite, synergetic. Mew! Hi, buddy. Asher saying hi again. Galdorian Union. Yeah, I want to move away from Union just because I'm just gonna call it and end up calling it the UN. What? Collective, coordinated, synergistic, joining. Concomitant. That's a cool word. Not what I'm going for, but it sounds cool. Concomitant. Coexist. Ooh, coexisting. Okay. Well, no. Coexisting is just you're allowing the guy to be there. Galdorian hive mind. That might be on another planet. Galdorian commute. Let's do the something of Galdor or something like the. I want it to sound a little epic, but still nice, you know? Like the United Nations sounds, it's simple, and it's, I like the hive mind, I bet you do. Like fellow is too cozy, you know, it's not big enough of a word. Oh my god. Coacting, harmonious, okay. Now, the elements of harmony. Dear Princess Celestia, look, wow, Flowshupish? Did you mean fellowship? The fellowship, fellowship I'm kind of biased against because I love Lord of the Rings. Harmony of Galdor. Galdor's harmony. Harmonious Galdor. Galdorian harmony? Synergy sounds futuristic. It is good. It's a good word, but not what I'm going for. That sounds like something maybe the dwarves or the gnomes would use in some sort of collective. Galdorian harmony. The harmony of Galdor. The pollination of Galdor. Bees! Pollination. Yeah, that kind of makes sense. And it also sounds like pollination. Oh no, that's kind of cute. Pollination of Galdor? What is that melody? Yeah. Superstate. Nah, Superstate sounds like comic booky. Not going what I'm going for. Pollination is cute. Just because it makes me think of pollination. I might use that, but maybe not for this. Pollination is cozy, yeah. Simpatico. What? We're all poly here? Yeah, I mean that's true. What? Mew. Consistent, unanimous, undivided, collective, uniform, constant. Confederated, no, that's boring. Congruent, communal, compatible, cooperating. Galdorian Alliance is that was one of them that came up. The Accordance of Galdor. The Galdorian Accordance. How about that? I like that. Hang on. Let me go to my factions, even though this is kind of like not really a faction, but Galdorian Accordance. I like that. Accord of Galdor is okay, but I like the other way because it sounds more, I don't know, poetic. I don't know what else. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Where's my factions? In-world Guild info, factions. Here we go. Okay. The Accordance. I like that. The Galdorian Accordance, and it's not just the name of it. Am I familiar with Section 31? I don't know. What is it? Is it a show? Is it a book? Is it an actual thing? I don't know. I like the Galdorian Accordance. I think we're gonna go with that. Because not only is it the actual name of the collective that is that, but it's also the name of, like, or it's the marking of history, like the beginning of the Galdorian Accordance. It's the when they all came together and they reached an accord, kind of thing. I like that. All right, cool. I'm just gonna put the UN of Galdor. We'll figure out the organization and stuff like that too. I might actually have to read up on how the UN is organized. I have a general idea, but again, it's been a long fucking time since I was in school, so I might have to brush up on how that all works again. Okay. In Star Trek Section 31, is a secret organization under Federation, which is basically like secret police, but less in persecuting citizens for wrong things, more like preventing terrorist attack by eliminating attackers. Ah. No, I'm not familiar. I've only watched The Next Generation, and it was when I was like 10. So I don't remember much except Picard is better than Kirk. I'm gonna make people mad. But I truly believe Picard is better than Kirk. Although I do appreciate Star Trek for being as progressive as it was in the 70s, or the 60s and 70s when it first started. There's a nice discord between the utopian civilization of Federation versus people willingly sacrificing their morals for greater good. That does sound interesting. Founding of the Galdorian Accord. And yeah, people can call it GA, or like we call it the UN. It could be the GA or the Accordance, that kind of thing. The Accordance sounds cool. Alright, let's see. Alright, cool. So, there's an ad. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. BRB. Okay, we're back. Since it's in accordance, can the assembly be called harmony or melody? Well, it's called the Galdorian accordance. Maybe, okay. Maybe when they meet, it's called like a melody. You know how they call it a moot or something like that? Like when kings meet, I think is what that was. A moot. What if it's when they meet, it's called a harmony or a melody? Or UN has assembly, something like Senate, but not really. The United Nations has assembly. So the people of the UN. So the UN is the faction and the assembly is the people? Is that what it is? I gotta remind myself how this shit works. It's been a while. It also doesn't help that every time the UN decides something, America's like, nah. Okay, so the Galdorian Accordance, the United Nations General Assembly is one of the 6 principal organs of the United Nations, serving as a main deliberative, policy-making, and representative organ. Really? That's more complicated than I thought. I didn't know it had 6 different thingies. Am I looking this up now? Yes, I am. Hang on. United Nations. Alright. Diplomatic and UNJ is complicated mess in the forum to represent hate. How is it? Well, I'm doing the romanticized version of the UN. Aim of preventing future world wars, succeeded in League of Nations, which characterize drafting the UN Charter, which is adopted on 1945. Structure, here we go, that's what I need. The United Nations is part of the broader UN system, which includes an extensive network of institutions and entities. Central to the organizations are 5 principal organs established by the UN Charter: the General Assembly, the Security Council, the Economic and Social Council, the International Court of Justice, and the UN Secretariat. I love that word, Secretariat. It's a great word. Okay. A 6th principal organ, the Trusteeship Council, suspended its operations in 1994 upon the independence of Palau, the last remaining UN trustee territory. Yeah, Secretariat. You clearly was never a part of the Soviet Union. No, I wasn't. How could you tell? I'm just saying it's a cool word, that's all. It sounds like a boss I would fight in a game. An amazing collection of entities and organizations, some of which are actually older than the UN itself and operate with almost complete independence from it. Specialized agencies, research and training institutions, programs, and funds, and other UN entities. Fight the Secretariat, I would upvote that. It's like the bourgeoisie is also a cool word. It doesn't mean I'm cool with it, it just means it's a cool word. Practices. Huh. Okay. Supports UN bot. Okay. Oh god, I'm gonna have to understand some words. May resolve non-compulsory recommendations to states or suggestions to the Security Council, rather. So, okay, we're not... Okay, so maybe the UN was a bad reference, but that's basically its purpose, and it's not, we're just gonna do one thing. We're not gonna do a bunch of branches and shit. We're just gonna do one thing where all the nations come together and all represent every race and what did I say? Every nation it race within each nation, and what was it? No, what is it called? Oh, I lost the word. I had it. So each race votes in the representative. I don't know yet. We'll figure it out. Every nation, race within each nation, and economic level within each nation is represented. Okay. So basically how I'm trying to think of it is every nation is represented at its base, right? So which means somebody within the governmental structure of each nation is the representative of the nation, okay? Then with that is every race that lives within the nation is represented. So if you are, for instance, if you have a halfling living in Wairu and a halfling living in Arcadia, they both represent their races within that nation, right? Okay. Then within that, or in addition to that, is if you're a noble within, you know, Ryoto, and a noble within Vorska, you have a representative in the accordance. And if you're a poor farmer in one of any nation, you have a representative in the accordance. So it's kind of like the UN, and it's kind of like what fucking Congress and everything is fucking supposed to be. So it's not just based on location, it's based on each person and their race and their economic status, right? So nobody is necessarily left behind economically, but there are poorer people, just as a rule, because not everybody is going to be nobility, because it's a meritocracy. So economic status, it's not, I don't know how to say it better. There's probably a better word I can use, but not everybody's a noble. Not everybody wants to be a noble. I sure as fuck don't. So from everybody from basic farmers to nobles have the same amount of representation, right? That makes sense? I don't know, but that's what I'm going for. People have different economic statuses, but they choose those, generally. Not everybody has to become a noble, even if they do all of this great stuff for the community. If they just want to be left alone and be a farmer, they can absolutely do that. I get why nobility is breadth of responsibility. Yes, exactly. I get why you do not want to have power and money. It's not that I don't have those things, it's just that power and money are not necessarily tied together in this world, if you will. I like money, yeah, we all like money. That's the problem with the world. Or one of many, I should say. Alright, so every nation, race within each nation, and economic level within each nation is represented. So everybody gets equal speaking time, regardless of how long that takes. You know, meetings might last anywhere from, you know, a day to a couple weeks, depending on what they're talking about and how important it is, and so on and so forth. I think... you mean population strata? Probably, but again, you're using smart words, my guy, and listen, I was just talking about how I don't feel smart anymore and how I want to go back to school, but I don't have the money. So, you're just driving that home, so I appreciate that. Ugh. Hang on. There we go. Sorry, I couldn't push my chair in. Alright. Smart words. That's so sweet. Most people would seem pretentious. I mean, I appreciate a good vocabulary. It's just, don't expect me to understand. You gotta explain like I'm 5, my friend. Sometimes, I don't get it. Especially reading. Like, if I was talking to you, I'd probably be able to, like, understand more of what you're saying than what I'm reading. If that makes sense. Alright. So, Galdorian Accordance is going to be at the top here. Alright. Alright, so that's the Galdorian. I'm starting on God lore. I had an idea, but I don't know if it would work. Could I get some advice? Yes, please! Tell me. Tell me. I want to know. You're not the only one that isn't sure if their gods make sense, so... All the main goddesses were married to the god of life. Makes sense? The god of life did something bad. Undecided, sure. Goddesses killed and replaced him by combining their powers. Hell yeah. When you say noble bright, this is the picture, I imagine? Uh-oh. Hang on. If I can get it to open. There it is. Aw, a little bit. Kinda. Yeah, that could work. Depending on where you are in Galdor, of course. I do love that picture. I've seen that around on various fantasy world-building subreddits and stuff. It's a very cool picture. Okay, yeah. Goddesses killed and replaced him by combining their powers. I love it so far. I love all this, because fuck that guy. So in this world, women would be highly respected and praised. Sure, that's a matriarchy. The sax on this song is going crazy. I didn't know if it was possible to replace a god. Yeah, of course. Oh my god, you know Greek mythology. Like, fucking Kronos ate those motherfuckers. Kill gods, blast sacks. I'm new to this. Nah, man, you just could go back. Like, actual mythology in our world is way crazier than just a bunch of chicks going, fuck this guy, and stabbing him to death. I'm actually here for that. A cool thing that you could, if you want to go dark, or slightly dark, here's my first, like, just off-the-cuff idea. Whatever he did, bad enough for them to kill him. Cool, combine their powers, dope. Then they ate him, and they became the new aspects of his power. Just an idea, something that you could run with or throw away, I don't care. But, like, yes, see? Like, Galdor, in Galdor's pure white skin, I'm glad you like it, Eek, marked as noble or lazy. Nah, neither. People aren't judged by their skin in this world. People come in all different shades. Nobody is judged on their color of anything. Hair, eyes, skin, any of that. Now, if, like, for instance, if you are whatever color, but your clothing, if, for instance, okay, say you're a knight, and even though knights, can I not use emotes? What do you mean? Of course you can use, are they not coming up for you? You probably just get the follower ones, which are like the first 3, I think. And then the rest of them are locked behind, because that's how Twitch works. I can't make the other ones appear for you, unfortunately. I can't make them all available for free. Father, I have sinned. Oh God, Safi, what'd you do? Or as the kids say it, Daddy, I've been bad. Oh, okay, very naughty. That's better. Yeah. Okay, hang on. Well, if you're gonna say that, hang on. Where is it? There we go.
Daddy alert.
Alright. Daddy. You should be able to use at least the first 2 or 3 emotes. I can't remember. What kids are saying this? None that I'm hanging out with, luckily. I do not mean like white skin in terms of racial origins, more like in tanning. Aristocracy is said to have blue blood as their...
Hey streamer, cast hydrate.
Cast hydrate. As their skin was white from being indoors all the time, so white skin became a symbol of aristocracy. Nah, nothing like that. Because, again, sometimes people can't tan without hurting themselves, so nobody is judged inherently. I'm talking about when I used emotes and it didn't show up. Oh, I do not know. The mod did not strike me. I didn't see that. It didn't let me allow you, so try it again and see if it works. Because I should have that all off. I don't have... Oh, is the music too loud? Okay, yeah. It's just these fucking songs are not... There we go. Is that better? Hopefully? Mind manners. There's one. Okay, cool. Yeah, no, I as far as the white skin, there's no... As far as a physical representation of nobility, it would be marked in clothing and potentially like medals or jewelry or some such thing. So no type of skin. Some people are sick and can't go outside, you know? So basically no one is assumed one way or the other to be, you know, one thing or the other. That's my first thought anyway, in that direction. The only things that mark you as nobility is like potential, again, like I said, like perhaps clothing or some sort of physical thing. I forgot that we are no longer leaving people to die if they cannot work in the fields. Correct, my friends. People watch out for each other in this world, and nobody is left behind. Not by the whole. There might be communities where that does happen, but if you leave that community, you can find somewhere where you are taken care of, basically. Yeah. So can I ask a controversial topic? Okay. You can ask, I cannot guarantee I will answer, if that's fair. Because I don't want to get too dark, but if it's something that you think is important and interesting enough to talk about, I will try, but I might not have an answer, nor do I want to think about it. So just pre-warning you, whatever it is. And if it's something that requires a trigger warning, please offer that before continuing. I'd appreciate that. It also might not just, it just might not have a place within Galdor as well, so. Since people are cared for if they cannot work, would they see themselves as burdens on society? Oh, are we talking about unaliving ourselves? That doesn't happen here. It's not generally, anyway. Yeah, no. We're not... I will not be bridging that topic in any foreseeable future within Galdor, if that helps answer your questions. No one feels like a burden in this society because it is The only reason in this world, generally speaking, that people feel like a burden on society is because societally we have made them feel like if they are sick or unable to work, that they are a burden. It doesn't come from the person, it comes from society. Galdorian society doesn't work that way. People will help you. Not only will they help you if you cannot work, but they will help you find a purpose. If that makes sense. It makes sense to me anyway. So that's what I'm going with. Yeah, no, we're not going to deal with that subject matter in this world. There are a list of other things we will not deal with. I'm sure you can guess a lot of them. Most of them require trigger warnings. So anything that requires a trigger warning doesn't happen generally in Galdor until a story needs to be told that is important enough to involve that, and I do not see that happening in the foreseeable future. So hopefully that answers your question. No one feels like a burden on society because society doesn't fucking suck in Galdor. So I do hate the terminology of unaliving, honestly. I think it's too sugar-coated, but I will use it for the comfort of anyone watching now or in the future. So, interesting take. I am aware that it's probably a childish, naive, too trusting, yada yada, I could go on take, but that's what I'm going with because, again, it's my world. And that's the cool thing about it. I can do whatever I want. So, yeah. All right. But yeah, if you're sick or, you know, unable to do things because of whatever it is, physical, mental, whatever, society will come together, community will come together to help you through it in one way or another, and will help you find a purpose rather than just laying there and potentially feeling sorry for yourself. So that sort of thing does not happen. Yeah. I haven't said that, but in many non-white culture, trigger warning yourself can be perceived as a noble choice to alleviate burden from your family. No, I know you're not supporting it. No, I know. I was just saying in my... I don't... That's not the case here. I know that it would be easy to take all, like, I know we talked about the Dragonborn being, you know, samurai kind of ideas and that kind of noble idea, and then, of course, we might have to talk about seppuku, or, what have you. That does not happen. We're not doing that. Nobody is considered a burden, and nobody considers themselves a burden just for living. One way or another. If you live too long, that's not a thing. People are happy to have you as long as you are blessed to grace Galdor, I guess, is how they would look at it, and how the gods would look at it. I think that the land and the spirits and the nature of Galdor itself and aspects of the messengers of deities, would help those who feel lost. Yeah. That's an interesting... Ideally by guiding them towards each other. Yes, yeah. Blessed to grace Galdor. That is an interesting sentence. Is it? Your life is a blessing, and you are blessed to live, and living is a blessing, if that makes sense. It's kind of a double-edged thing. Not a double-edged thing. It's a double road. I like how it sounds. Yeah. That's how I try to look at life in general. I also, you know, respect. So would there be retirement homes? I think it's not in the way that we understand them, like so many things in Galdor. There are probably, I think, it's very, I think European and other, it's pretty much everybody but Western civilizations are chill with living with their older parents. Which can sometimes be toxic, don't get me wrong, because there ain't no fucking way I'd fucking live with my parents for a variety of fucking reasons. But, in a sense that is there somewhere safe, well maintained, and available for people who perhaps do not have any family left, for them to be taken care of in their twilight years? Yes. I would say that there are things like that, whether or not they're retirement homes. They could be temples or churches. They could be, God, any kind of thing. I have the, hang on. The Order of Sodality might have something to do with that. They might assist people that do things like that. But everybody, it's less about them being toxic. Yeah, no. But they are more on your grandparents' need of constant care, medications, and help. I need to work. It's, again, life in Galdor, let's see if I can phrase this right, is naturally, not through any, influence of anybody else, naturally life is not extended out to indignity. Does that make sense? Like, you may live a long time, but once your faculties begin to fail and life is no longer seen to you, to the person, as a blessing, I think enough prayer to your chosen deity, you are called up for your time in dignity. Again, we are romanticizing everything possible in this world, so it's not trigger warning by a god. It'd be very nice of them. I read a really beautiful article about a restaurant that gets 80% of orders wrong. Oh god, yes, this is so sweet. Because they're all staffed with people with dementia. Yeah, that was in Japan. It was very sweet. That was the video that, like, hit me in the face because it felt, oh god, that video felt like it punched me in the heart because there was a woman there that looked so much like my grandmother. I'm gonna start crying. That it kind of smacked me in the face because I loved my grandmother, and I we lost her a couple years ago, and I miss her very much, despite some problematic tendencies, but overall she was a good woman. And yeah, just seeing a woman that looked so, in Japan of all places, that was very strange. She had a very similar bone structure to my grandmother, and her eyes and hair were cut, and her hair was cut the same. It just hit me, but it was a very sweet video seeing all these nice people laughing along with these people with dementia, and it's rough. Dementia's fucking scary. So yeah, yeah, your life is never stretched out to the point of indignity in Galdor. You have a direct enough connection in one way or another to your god of choice, or several gods, however you want to go to that never after, that if you really mean it and your body is done, that is your choice in the end. That's how I'm gonna treat that. That's the wonderful thing about a world with gods that actually pay attention, is that you can decide with them when it's your time. So that's how I look at it anyway. Ad time. I'm going to the bathroom. Okay, we're back. I suddenly like the idea of what's directly involved with filling those others near their natural end. Adventures that help to secure the legacy of others, no matter how small. There may be some Malorian influence, like with reproduction. That would be decidedly the realm of the Raven Queen and the clerics of the Raven Queen, I think. So if, for instance, hospice, for whatever reason, old age or otherwise, if that is necessary, they help you get into contact with the Raven Queen, and the decision is made from there, basically, I think. Again, not through any influence of the clerics directly, or if it is, it's through the faith of the Raven Queen. It's an interesting thing that we could design. But yeah, it would be something that the Raven Queen takes into her responsibility. Melora would be. So can I dig a bit deeper into the trigger warning content? You can, yeah. Again, we can... I do not... I have the right to refuse to answer. Just saying. Since an elderly person can pray for that, what would happen if a teenager prayed for the same? Well, if they are physically caused pain and can no longer take it, and magic cannot help, which is rare. Let's be honest, if it's something mental, there is parts of it that is your responsibility, but that does not mean you are alone in it. People are there to help, period. No matter what, no matter who. Again, that's why ending your existence is largely unheard of. In any, mundane way, let me put it that way. But if it would be a case-by-case basis, basically. It's one of those things that would be between you and your god. And if you can't be inspired in one way or another by your god, then who knows? So, yeah. Oops, sorry, that was loud. But mental illness and things like that, therapy exists in Galdor. Good therapy, specific therapy to the person. So those sorts of problems are dealt with early and are lifelong struggles. They can be. I'm not talking about mental illness, more like meotian pain and such. I don't know that word. I don't know if you misspelled or if that's a word. Emotional. Oh, no. Yeah, no. That sort of stuff is dealt with by your community and potentially elders, potentially faith people, you know, whatever, or a therapist. All of those things exist and are freely available for everybody in existence. Nubia should open a cuddle therapy business. Fluffy, yes, just nothing but the fluffy the fluffy races. All just hug would be very good. I want to hug a knoll. Suggest one faction on Galdor. I have an idea which may work differently on a noble bright world. Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead and make the suggestion. Again, no idea if that's going to be specific, but or if it's going to make it to the end result, but I'm absolutely open because factions are where I guess I'm a little weak on in regards to homebrew. I'm gonna put more detail in my factions in the future, I hope. Okay. Sitting down and setting up the wonders of the world will be fun at some point, too. Both natural and otherwise. Be super fun. You know, big castles and big, you know, caverns or something like that. All that kind of stuff would be very fun to see. Still mad that the Hanging Gardens of Babylon aren't a thing anymore, nor the Colossus or half of the other world wonders that used to exist. My throat's starting to go. All right. So early modern history. The Faceless Legion. Loosely organized secret organization which during times of peace are mainly consisted of exchanging information between various branches. During times of natural disaster and such, they organize help, relief, and such. Main feature is that no one knows who's on the other side of the Legion, as they, during any contact, wear masks with minor illusion magic to conceal their identity. But if there is, for example, an earthquake, there is definitely a person in a mask you may talk with, and if it is in their power to help, will be provided to such region. Even members basically have no idea who is a part of the organization. I like that very much. I might, they might be a, an offshoot of, the, whatchamacallit, the Order of Sodality, maybe? Yeah, so the Order of Sodality specifically provided needed services to every city so no one goes without. So, you know, so they could definitely be a more focused, specific offshoot of the Order of Sodality. They're the ones, the monks and so on, that specifically go out and, you know, help with that stuff. Also, if you are publicly known to be a part of the Legion, you are removed from it. Yeah, it sounds like the masked lords from Waterdeep. Very much like them. And they're the guys, they're basically the group of people that vote and stuff to make things happen in the city, so on and so forth. So yeah, it's kind of it's very similar type thing. I'm not sure if they gonna leave work soon. I'll head home and get updates from my folks. All right, baby. I don't know if they would be as strict necessarily, at least within the group specifically, but here's the thing. Okay, I don't know, Doc, I don't actually know where you're from. You're not in the US, right? I'm pretty sure at some point you mentioned that you're not. You're in Czech. That's right. Thank you. I forgot. Thank you. So you probably don't know who Mr. Rogers is. And if you are, more power to you. He's a very American person. You might have seen. Oh, you do know. Okay, fantastic. Okay. Great. Okay, so Mr. Rogers has a speech that he would talk about where he would, his mother, when things were scary on television, because he grew up in a very scary point in history, whenever scary things were on television, his mother would tell him to look for the helpers, which I love. Look for the people that are helping, not for the people that are doing the terrible things. So that's basically what I would do with this group of people. I would not personally hide their faces unless they wanted to be hidden and not known. But I don't think it will be a requirement necessarily, but there would be some offshoot, and we can name it at some other point, but there would be some offshoot of the Order of Sodality that would do that specific, you know, Red Cross kind of help, you know, out when natural disasters happen. So yeah, it's a great idea. And like, if you hadn't have specified your guys, I probably would have just considered that a part of the Order of Sodality, just kind of in a hand wavy kind of thing. But we could definitely design the specifics of that faction within the Order of Sodality. The point is, if you do charity, you are seen. You do charity for the publicly, not charity itself. But everybody does charity in Galdor, so it doesn't matter. That's kind of the point, is everybody helps everybody in Galdor, so it's less... Even if, from my outlook, if you do charity for publicity, I really don't care, because charity is still being done. You're still helping people. So that's my outlook. If there are people out there that do want to hide their face and not be known, they can definitely do that. That is absolutely allowed. But there are also people that use charity to make connections, or, you know, to help people or whatever. In your opinion, motives for charity do not matter. Well, in Galdor, they don't. Let me specify. So in this world, there are motives for charity that are shitty, like, you know, billionaires giving money to themselves for a tax break in a charity in their name, and, you know, that kind of shit. That's a problem. That I don't like. But that is not a problem in Galdor. So we're talking about world building. We're not talking about our world, because sometimes, yes, that matters. But if you do charity, real charity, if you do, I'm not saying if you just show up and, like, for 5 minutes and then leave because you want to get your picture in the paper. I'm saying if you do real charity, if you help people, period, and actually put effort into doing that, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter, because people are being helped. That would be without that help otherwise, generally. That's my outlook on it anyway. So, let me be clear. Exactly. Again, we're talking about this in the frame of Galdor. We're not talking about my opinion, we're talking about things as they exist in Galdor. In my opinion, those things that billionaires do to get tax cuts and just eventually end up, you know, scummy charities that don't actually give any actual money to people that need it, that's not actually charity. That's just business, and that's different. I mean, when I say charity, I mean real charity, really helping people. That's what I mean. Again, we're not doing corruption in this world. Not in the economic or governmental sense. Corruption is a much more fantasy thing in this world, like the encroachment, like we've talked about. It comes from elsewhere. It is actual physical darkness. It's like the Nothing from Neverending Story, that kind of thing. So we don't have to worry about, because I'm really, 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 really bad at doing political intrigue and stuff. So I'm giving myself the gift of a world that doesn't involve that kind of shit, because I don't want to have to write it, because I'm bad at it. If you want to take Galdor and make it your own, feel free. I'm not publishing it. Please. You are free to take this shit and, like, rewrite it and make it make sense in your brain and make it as grimdark as you want and as intrigue as you want. But the way I'm running Galdor, generally speaking, at my table with my group, not worrying about that kind of stuff, because it's not interesting to me anymore. As a GM, it doesn't interest me to write for that sort of thing, if that makes sense. So. Off topic, I made a trans god of transformation and expression. Ooh, I love them. Look up, used to be a wife, is now a husband. Nice. I love that. Could be like if you want to be a little bit more, you know, vague, you could be a god of change as well, specifically, so it's not just transformation, unless you already have that elsewhere. But I love expression. A god of expression is fucking genius. But yeah, I love a good trans god. That's great. Is their symbol like a butterfly? Because I love that. Because I could see like a god's crest being like a butterfly, like coming out of the cocoon and stuff like that. Very cool. Yeah. Maybe a moth. I support moths. I love moths. Moths are my favorite little bug, generally. They're so cute. They don't live long enough. Alright, so early modern history of Galdor. That's going to be loud breaks outside. So we're going to be like the first Veil Breakers. I don't think I have a page for them. Do I? Hang on. At Veil. The Protean Veil. Moth. Have you played Cultist Simulator? No, I just love moths. I've always loved moths over butterflies. They're cuter, they're fuzzy, their little antennae got feathers on it, they got big dumb eyes. Butterflies, if you look at them closely, are fucking nightmares. They got the proboscis are scary, and they're scary. Their wings are beautiful. Both of their wings are beautiful, but moths are the cuter of the two. I love them so much. Okay, hang on. Let me... Okay, exploration. Okay, and the first Veil discovery, exploration. Let me just put that on the same line. At the Protean Veil. Work with me. There you are. Founded. Okay. What else is early modern history in Galdor? Invention of Veil Breaker suit. Okay. That's all I've got right now for early modern history of Galdor. So I might think of something later, but for now that's the only thing coming to mind. Late modern and contemporary, so stuff that's happening basically in recent memory and currently. I haven't really figured out specifics, so let's do, I think we have the stirrings, inclination of rune tech. We'll just say rune tech. So this is we might at this point where we are in my current game, we might be on the edge of like what is equivalent to the Industrial Revolution. But if it actually respected the environment. Yeah. I think that's good for today. I'm feeling tired and my throat is starting to want to go. So I think I'm going to wrap it here. Let me see if there's anybody streaming that we can raid. Give me one sec. Who's going? Let's see. Oh, the playmat's going. Ooh, Dorktales. Oh, I don't know who Dorktales is. Let's check them out real quick. 1 second. Quiet. Long stream today. Yep, world building Wednesday. All right, that sounds good. All right, so let me pause my music. So I'm gonna go ahead and raid Dorktales, which I mean I just love that as a general rule. So yeah, if you guys want to hang out for the raid, please feel free. If not, have a wonderful night. And I will see you guys hopefully on Friday, barring any crazy shit. And I'll see you around the Discord. Thank you to my new followers. I greatly appreciate you. You have a good one too. And yeah, so go play pretend. Take care of yourselves. There we go. Have a good night. I will see you next time. Bye.